Hörrni, det är det här det kommer hända saker. Här kommer Tepe Sigeman-turneringen spelas från den 1 till 7 maj. Här på Elite Plaza Hotel i Malmö. Det här besökarna kommer se först. Glasväggen in till kommentatorsrummet. Här sitter Jimmy Modell och det är han som har hand om tv-sändningen, den officiella tv-sändningen.
Ordnat kaos.
Som det ska vara. Här har vi den här tavlan som vi fick se under invigningen. Den bars av Johan Berntsen från Malmö rådhus. Så här har vi då pressrummet. Och vi kommer ha journalister från Sverige förstås, men även Danmark och Holland och Frankrike. Så det blir lite internationella arena här också. Det är alltid bra med godis, så håller man sig pigg och fräsch under en hel arbetsdag. Till sist har vi kommit fram till den riktigt magiska lokalen på hotellet. Spellokalen. Det här är en fåtal av publiken kommer vara så nära schackspelarna så att de nästan kommer höra när de andas. Och bland spelborden då så kommer det vara 4 spelbord. Och Magnus Carlsen kommer alltid sitta vid samma bord. Nu har ni fått se alla rummen där Tepe Sigeman-turneringen kommer att spelas mellan den 1 till 7 maj. Tack så mycket!
Erwin, another win, but not an easy one today, right?
Not at all. No, she played incredibly well and found a lot of good resources. I also made it more difficult for myself than it should have been. But yeah, I'm happy in the end I managed to win.
So where do you think you could have done better?
Honestly, I'm still not sure, but after like knight takes e5, rook takes e5, this position should have been much easier. I think it shouldn't be so difficult to win. Or maybe I just misevaluated it, but that's what I thought. But in the game, surely it was very difficult, and I'm sure she had some draw at some point.
And well, I guess starting with the Beard's defense was a sign that you wanted to win this game, right?
Yeah, I wanted to get a game and try to take my chances.
And as you said, it seems like she played really well, right?
Yeah, I was when I was preparing, I was checking some games, and she's I think clearly the best women player right now, and yeah, even today I could see that she was able to find a lot of like very strong moves. There were some moments when I was hoping she wouldn't play this move, but yeah, she always kept finding those moves which I was hoping she won't. So yeah, she's really good.
Tomorrow, last round against Annie Woodward with white. You are already leading by half a point now, but do you think you should still be playing for a win?
Yeah, I mean, like there are still 2 people half point behind me, so, and I think they both are playing each other, so it's still anybody's tournament. So I'll just try to play a good game and focus only on my game.
And if it might end up in a blitz tiebreak, how confident are you in your blitz skills?
Yeah, in general, I'm more confident in my blitz than in any of the other formats. But considering I have a half point lead, I'll preferably not get there. Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Niels, a draw with Jordan van Verrees, but I think you were a bit in trouble, weren't you?
Yeah, I was definitely in major trouble. I think in time trouble. At first, he was going for this opposite colored bishop position. I felt I should probably be okay, or more or less okay. But then I wasted like 3-4 tempo and didn't know what to do when we both had very little time. And for sure, I'm lost somewhere.
Yeah, I think the engine suggested just trading the rooks for the queen and then maybe push g5 after that. That looked very dangerous, right?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, he told me after the game his idea after g5 was that I would take with a pawn and then he will play rook f7 and go for the same position. So he was, of course, rightly very disappointed because he can just alternate the move order and it should be very bad. Yeah?
Tomorrow, Jouginaire, last round. What will be your approach? Trying to go for your 1 win in the tournament, maybe?
Yeah, okay, I have white and I haven't won a game so far. Also, I now have gotten a few draws, so I don't feel as stressed about it. So yeah, I will just play a normal game and see what happens.
Right. By the way, any explanation why this is just not your tournament?
I mean, there are a few potential explanations. Like I didn't play for quite a while for various reasons, so probably I was quite rusty. I would say that's likely the main reason. And then also there, the margins are quite small. Like the field is a bit stronger than usual, and like if the field was a bit weaker, maybe my somewhat hesitant play would not be punished as badly. So and also like the first 2 games I played really poorly, but in games 3 and 4 I could easily have scored some points. It was quite tense fights in both games. So it's of course easy to say, but I don't think the 0 out of 4 completely reflected my level of play. But yeah, if I have to guess, it's just rustiness. I'm not really worried about the future.
And apart from the final round tomorrow, your compatriot Axel Smith is going to try 49 boards of blindfold simul close by, actually, here in Lund in Sweden tomorrow. That would be breaking the original record of Timur Gareev. What do you know about this, and what are your thoughts about playing 49 boards?
It's a bit too much for me. No, if you play around 10 games, I think most grandmasters did this at some point. It's tough, but it's like quite manageable. With 49 games, I really have no idea how they will do it. Also, it will take an incredible amount of time. I think they must be playing for
Maybe a day.
a day, yeah, like a full day. Because already I played once 10 games, I think. Maybe it was 8, but it was already like 3-4 hours. Right. And for every game, it takes, of course, even longer. So I'm also a little bit worried about the opponents that they might lose.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for your reaction.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bishop.
Knight.
Bishop.
Knight.
The Knight. Wolf of Wall Street.
Fast and Furious, yeah.
Tom Cruise movies.
Sita Raman. It's an Indian movie.
Probably Facing the Giants. Probably middle game.
Middle game.
Middle game.
Middle game.
Probably the middle game. Maybe something with physics.
Some other sports, maybe?
I would do some other sports like tennis or maybe football.
Something to do with maths because I used to like maths.
Finance, so some sort of investing in stocks. Steak.
Döner. Turkish döner.
Plov, that's national Uzbek food.
Indian cuisine, some chicken biryani.
I like dumplings, pizza, all kinds of things.
Fisk.
To win.
To win.
To have fun.
Both.
To have fun. Party.
Okay, I watch some movies and I hang out with my coach or friends.
Having fun.
With a good meal.
Probably and celebrating with friends, talking, having fun, playing Blitz.
Oftast är det ju att man förbereder sig för nästa parti eller nästa tävling.
So welcome to the last round of the Tepe Sigeman tournament here in Malmö.
Yes.
And we are starting 3 hours earlier than normal because you never know, there can be a tie break.
I'm always surprised just how fast this tournament
Yes.
passes by. But it's going to be a very exciting
Yeah.
day, I think. Shall we first look at how the standings
Yeah.
are, so that we have an idea of what we're what's awaiting us
Yeah.
today? So Irigaisi in the lead, 4.5 points. Ed Dokmus and Carlsen, who are playing each other,
Yes.
on 4 points. And Abzatorov, who plays against Jordan van Forees today, half a point behind that. So theoretically, I mean, it's unlikely, I think. Theoretically, we could have 4 winners. If Irigaisi loses, Carlsen and Erdokmus draw, and Abzatorov wins his game against Jordan, we could have a tiebreak with 4 players. After Jordan, we have Andy Woodward, who plays against Arjun today. He has 2.5 points. Zuziner on 1.5. And Niels on 1.
Shall we take a look at also the pairings?
Yeah, we could briefly, we already discussed it a
Yeah.
little bit. We could pick up with the pairings. So Carlsen against Erdokmus,
Yeah.
Irigaisi against Woodward, Grandelius, Zuziner, and Abdusatorov, Jordan van Vreest.
So what is the main game? Is it Irigaisi or is it Magnus Carlsen against Erwin?
For me, it's Carlsen and Dokmus.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless of the tournament situation, I have a bit of Kasparov Carlsen vibes from. I mean, I think people at home probably know that as well. That famous game, mini match actually, I should say, that Kasparov and Carlsen played back in 2004. I think Carlsen was 13 at the time. And it makes you wonder, like, do we have a similar situation here? Will we, in 20 years from now, look back at this game as the start of Erdokmus's rise as a dominant chess force? It may very well be. But at least that's the vibe I'm getting a little bit from...
the Clash of Generations.
Clash of Generations, yeah. I mean, I think Kasparov back then was 41, so the difference in age was even greater. But these two are also 20 years apart, so definitely you can say a clash of generations. Yeah, we could briefly start with that game, perhaps the game between Magnus and Dokmus. After d4, d5, knight f3, c5 was played.
Yeah.
And now c4, d takes c4. So that essentially means a queen's gambit accepted, where black has played this early move c7, c5. And yeah, not too early to
a normal
speak about just
e3. E3.
Many moves here possible. I think d5 is one move. E4 I think is also a very decent move. If e4 takes the game into the endgame immediately. It wouldn't surprise me if Carlsen would choose, and then you take back the pawn on c4 and try to play for a small advantage. D5, as I said, possible as well. E3, like you say, is also one of the standard moves. So this may have come as a small surprise for Magnus, or he's just getting ready for the game, getting into the zone. We spoke about that before. That he's not really blitzing out his moves generally.
He takes his time.
Exactly. Exactly. Should we make a little tour around the game? So Arjun, who's fighting for first today, is not really holding back.
No.
As we can see already. How did this happen? It was a Nimzo, knight c3, bishop b4, and the move g3, played in the famous game between Hans Niemann and Magnus Carlsen in St. Louis. Castle, bishop g2, knight c6. I think that's a deviation from that game. E4, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and d6.
So the typical double pawn in the near zone.
Yes. So
with a pair of bishops.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's those people. It might be a weakness, of course, in the long run. But white does have 2 bishops and the giant center. And black's last move is, of course, aimed, that move d76, aimed against e4, e5. Just to prevent that center. And wow, g4. Yeah, I think Arjun is not really holding back today.
He's not looking for tiebreak.
He's not looking for a tiebreak,
No.
I think. And I think that's a very wise decision because imagine Magnus winning today. Then he will immediately be a big favorite in any tiebreak. I think in his entire life, he lost just one tiebreak or something against Ding Liren in St. Louis. But has won, I believe, more or less all of them. He's very good when it comes to these high tension, high pressure games. But it looks like this hasn't come as a surprise for Andy. Maybe we should see if this is still theoretical, because he played 95 more or less instantly.
I can check. I think I can.
Yes, definitely look that up while we see that Arjun already made his next move, h4.
A lot of pawns.
A lot of pawns coming forward.
And the pawn on c4.
The pawn on c4 is just ignored.
Yes.
Yeah, of course you don't make these moves without thought if you're not thoroughly prepared. So they have a proper theoretical discussion right now.
So have I the right position? And now I click.
Yes.
Here. No,
it's only
one game,
only one.
and that's the game.
And that's the game that we're seeing. Yeah, maybe in the correspondence space or also nothing.
No.
Yeah, so that's also, I think, a very common thing these days, that even though an opening line hasn't been played yet, many top players are already aware of it because the engine points in this direction.
Yeah.
It's just that no one has yet played it. After h4, yeah, he's taking the pawn, so they're still, I would say, playing relatively fast.
But it's logical. If you play knight a5.
Yeah, if you're not going to take that pawn, then yeah, why to? But this is, I mean, what more can we wish for, right? Than the start of the game. Arjun, who is here with his second Jagush Pechak.
Yeah.
Very creative player, and
Slovak.
From Slovakia.
Slovakia,
yeah. And I think that that's it feels to me like they are a very good team, because Pechak is also known for his very, let's say, creative opening ideas. And I think Arjun generally also likes this kind of this high risk, high reward type.
But maybe these two players in combination, maybe it's too much.
Yeah, or it's an unstoppable force.
Yes.
That's it's.
So h5 played.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's hard for us to break this down, I think.
Yeah.
But what's pretty clear is that these pawns are going to go forward, and Arjun is not being subtle about his intentions.
So the rook on h1 is good because it's in the attack.
Yes.
And the bishop on c1.
Bishop on c1 dominates the knight and can also easily
come to the king side.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be very dangerous.
Yes.
It's very dangerous. It wouldn't surprise me if the engine just calls this slightly better for black. But in practice, these kind of ideas are very hard to meet. And it will be interesting to see who will stop blitzing first. That's the first big question.
Yeah, it must be Woodward, I think.
You would think so, but so far he's been playing pretty fast. Should we continue our tour so that we are aware of what's happening everywhere?
We can take Abdusattorov against Van Forest.
They're playing a Grünfeld.
Yeah.
Abdu played knight f3, bishop g7, bishop g5. Knight e4, bishop f4. This has a very solid reputation.
Yeah.
Knight takes c3, b takes c3, c5, and now e3.
Yeah, typical Grünfeld play.
Typical Grünfeld. I mean, unlike the game of Iligais against Woodward here, I mean, we will find hundreds of games in the database of some very strong players as well. There are a couple of ways to play here, I think. Generally, white plays for a small advantage in this kind of position. Not really an attempt to refute the opening,
Yeah.
which is anyway impossible.
Trying to play against the bishop on g7 with his pawns on
Yes.
f2, e3.
The bishop on g7 is not a great piece in this structure. A little bit similar to what we saw in the Carlsen Abdusatorov
Yes.
game, when the bishop was also not ideally placed on g7, and later on it went to f8 to find life on another diagonal. But here there's not much to say just yet. The last one we haven't seen yet is Zuginer, I think, against Niels Gardelius.
Yeah.
And this, in a way, it's also an important battle
Yeah.
for Niels, I think, because it's his chance to get away from last place.
Yeah.
Well, he at least share last place. If he wins today's game, I think they share last place, right? He's 1 point behind, if I'm not mistaken. It's half a point behind.
Yes.
Apologies, because of course she lost yesterday. In my head, she drew yesterday's game. Yeah, so it's definitely a battle for. If he wins, then he's no longer in last place, and he chooses c4, e5, d3.
The Sicilian with
The reverse Sicilian.
reverse Sicilian.
You could say, and she goes for a bishop b5 check. Sicilian. Of course, black would also play knight f6. And then there are all sorts of Sicilians you can play here. You could even play a3 and after d5 play a knight of Sicilian with an extra move. Not that promising maybe, but definitely worth checking out. You can also go knight f3, knight c6 and knight c3 and play a sort of classical Sicilian. Also very interesting, e4. Very interesting type of play, but none of this appeared. She gives check on b4 and bishop d2 played. Bishop takes d2, queen d2, and d6.
Yeah, exchanging the black squared bishop and then put your pawn.
Makes a lot of sense. Before closing the center with d6, the bishop is exchanged. So knight c3, knight f6, g3, castle, bishop g2. This is the current position. Both already spending some time. So I think it means the game has more or less started for them. And I would like to try to get d5 in, but I don't know if that's possible.
That's very ambitious, at least.
It's very ambitious, yeah. Once you get d5 in, I think black should be doing quite well. How to prevent that?
If I play knight f3, you just defend the pawn on e5, I guess.
Against rook e8.
Yeah, and then it's the same thing again.
Again, d5 coming. You could, of course, meet c6 with a move like d4 as well.
But then we have to play it immediately, so e4 is not possible.
Yes, e4 would be simply hanging. So that's, I mean, if you go knight f3 first, rook e8 and d4 now, then I guess e4 is, like you say,
excellent.
Is a very strong move. So probably d4. Something like queen e7. But yeah, this is just, it's a normal type of position. Black also has other moves, I'm sure. But she started with rook e8.
Yeah.
Let's see what Magnus has done, because I think he has gone for that endgame. So after e4, black is forced to take on d4, queen takes d4, queen takes, knight takes d4, bishop d7, bishop c4, knight to c6. I think I had a look at this once. And I thought it gives some small chances to press for white. A little bit more space. Of course, it's not huge, but Magnus generally doesn't need all that much when it comes to technical positions.
Do you defend the knight or do you take on c6?
Yeah, he played the move bishop e3.
Yeah.
I mean, you could also argue that something like knight c6, bishop c6, f3
Yeah.
could be a way to play, and then just develop. But he played bishop e3 immediately. It also makes a lot of sense, of course. And this is the current position. Yeah, it's, to say that White's advantage is huge would be
too much.
But again, I mean, I don't think Magnus. I mean, Magnus realizes that full well, of course, that he doesn't have a huge advantage, but he has a completely risk-free game here. First of all, which is always nice, and he's going to try to press a little bit in this position, maybe more than a little bit. So this will be a good test for Adolphus, I think. And I also think his last move, he probably wants to go knight e7, knight c6 to challenge that bishop on for instance, if we play something like knight c3, do you just go knight e7 or am I blundering into knight b5 now? Could be a bit awkward, of course.
And you don't want to take.
Does it continue? Yeah, you don't really want to take. That is a good point. Yeah, you don't really want to give the bishop, but maybe knight c6 is possible.
Okay, we have a check, but you want to trap my knight.
Check king d8.
And then take, okay.
Knight takes a8, knight takes d4, and this knight is not really going anywhere.
Long castle, maybe?
Yes, long castle. How to do this? Maybe e5?
Okay, f7 is hanging.
Yeah, f7 is hanging. I think it's, but should be taken. But then something like bishop d6, king e7, and two pieces for the rook.
Maybe I could try to keep it with bishop d5.
Ah, bishop d5. Bishop d5. That is still, that is definitely the critical move. Probably have to go bishop c6. Because after king e7, you wanted to take on b7, and then, well, at the very least,
it's not easy.
Yeah, it's still alive. The knight, so bishop c6. Yeah, I still think black is doing good here. Now just king e7, king d7, and then the knight will drop, and those two pieces look superior to. Well, I mean, we're just analyzing a relatively random line, but I just wanted to point out that the knight e7, let's say f3, knight c6 could be a good way for black to develop after bishop e3, maybe bishop b4, then king e7, bring the rooks to the center, and
start to exchange
pieces, and this is how you slowly equalize this type of position. But of course, yeah, along the way, after knight 7, you have to reckon with moves like knight b5, which may or may not work. Also, after knight c6, knight c7 is not forced. Maybe bishop e3 or bishop c3 is also a possibility. Some things to calculate along the way, but Magnus is doing that as we speak, and maybe that gives us a chance to go back to some of the other games.
We can go back to Ergazi. Nothing has happened, so now we know.
Aha. So we know our answer. Yeah. And that's a dangerous situation to find yourself in as Woodward.
So White is prepared. Very sharp position.
Yes. White has very clear intentions on the king side. And it's one of those moments when you don't yet want to be out of book.
No.
Having said that, very often these games do become a mess anyway, with chances for both sides. I recall a game between Jordan van Foreest and Anish Giri in Wijk aan Zee, where Jordan also did a similar type of thing.
Samish.
Yes, in the same issue. Yeah. And that game also got completely out of hand, went on in all directions, and because it's just so complicated that the moment both players are out of book, mistakes tend to creep in.
But if you then have half an hour more on the clock,
that helps. And Woodward has to survive the first couple of moves,
Mm.
so he does have to find some good moves to stay in the game. A move that comes to I don't know if it's good, but I would try to remove the knight from d7.
Okay, let's say I continue.
You continue pushing, right?
Yes.
G5, right? Yeah, I think G5.
G5,
right?
yeah.
And let me try maybe E5 now. Could have started with E5.
Yes,
maybe.
yeah.
Maybe that's more logical. But anyway,
Yeah.
we will reach this same
Yeah.
position. Because black, I mean, hasn't done much wrong, I would say, so far.
Nothing wrong.
It cannot be that black is lost here.
No.
So yeah, let's see if we just develop knight e2. I'm wondering if we can just play something like some break like d5 or trying to open up the center. And just ask the question, who is actually attacking here?
Yes.
ed, knight b6. Yeah, I start to wonder how to... So after h5, so let's say we play e5.
Yeah.
Attack the pawn. G5 is...
Could I play
h6, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, you can take on G4, but then...
Yes,
Then I
but
play
then you'll
F3.
probably take on G7.
Yeah.
And that feels rather tricky, to say the least.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll end up going 97 anyway first.
Yeah. Because I thought maybe if G6,
Yeah, G6,
bishop G5.
yeah, this pin is very annoying.
Cannot get out of the pin.
Yeah, this may just be very bad.
So that's the reason to start with knight d7.
Yeah. So perhaps that's why he's played it 97 after 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And is Arjun replying instantly? That's the question.
For his sake, he should be, I think.
I think 97 is a natural move. So I think it's one of the moves he's been prepping, I would say. So I would expect a rather quick reply. But we spoke about this before. He's impossible to read.
Yes.
Impossible to read if he's in book, if he's happy, unhappy.
Yeah.
Just don't know.
I think he's happy because he's leading the tournament.
Yes. That's true. That is true. Good point. Yeah, that's a good point. You could, of course, also just play knight e2 here and first develop before pushing any further. Maybe that makes a lot of sense. Because g5, I mean, the lines we just saw after e5 and d5, it didn't look very convincing. All right, he seems to be taking some time, so we can maybe...
It's a little bit strange attacking position to have the bishop on g2.
You mean you would much prefer to bring it back to d3?
Yeah, I don't want to do it now, but
No,
but when I compare to other lines like this, or other.
And bishop f1 would be a shocker, right? So just bring all your pieces on.
Yeah. But if I compare, for example, with a Samish
Yes,
variation or something
yes.
like this.
Yeah, let's just illustrate what that is. So in this line, here, of course, often the bishop goes to d3, so that let's say after castle, e3, bishop d3, and then all these things, they start to be, a little bit more tricky, of course. You're right, yeah. Bishop on g2 is a bit odd here. But I'm also wondering, is he playing for mate, or is he just, I mean, has he just taken a lot of space, and can you also just play? Can you just continue the game as if nothing, as if you haven't sacrificed the pawn? Can you just go knight e2, maybe castle next, then knight g3, f4, just slowly building up some initiative? Perhaps you don't need to rush it as much with white. Yeah, it looks like we have a game on our hands, because he started thinking.
Yeah. Rather early. We take a look at Abdusatov.
Yes.
Against Van Forest.
The Grunfeld.
Yeah.
Aha, they play this famous endgame.
Yeah.
C takes d5, queen, c takes d4. This is the important move order thing. That's what I was taught in my youth, that it's very important to recapture on d4 after taking on d5. And now this endgame. Yeah, I think you can either take immediately or go knight c6. I'm a bit foggy on the details. Knight to c6.
And then we put our rooks on c1 and b1.
Yes.
And then
yes. So I was just trying for a second to remember the theory. Maybe we can have a look later on.
Yeah.
I think there was also some idea connected to h4 here. Some recent game by Prague.
Yes.
You know it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should have a quick look to see what that is about. And there's also some move rook b1, I think. Because in general, this f5 square is nice for the bishop, taking away the b1 square. So to go here first to prevent the bishop from developing is also, I think, or rook ab1 is also an idea. The advantage of rook hb1 is that you can always drop back the king to e1 after, let's say, rook d8. The threat is e5, and now you probably should play king e1, and you don't really want to play that move when the rook is still on h1, because it will be out of play for a very long time. And I have some recollections coming in now, like rook hc1, rook d8, king e1, e5, maybe even rook takes c6 type things, but it's I don't know. It's but this endgame, I mean, we should point out, has been played also hundreds of times. And this h4 idea that we mentioned, it's a modern
game
thing.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they would just try to bring the rook to b1, to c1, and press on the queen side. I think Magnus also played it against Grishuk some years ago, with that same idea of pressing this endgame. And Nordibek probably didn't expect the Grunfeld today, so he may not have repeated all of this. But it's of course also a position you can play without too much preparation.
I think it was also possible to take back with a knight on d2. Sometimes
to play knight takes d2. And if knight c6, I'm afraid of this e5 push.
Where's the variation? So it's hard to remember all.
Yeah, it's I know all about it.
Yeah,
it's very hard to remember all of it.
Check it.
But I'm sure that they are aware of what they're doing here.
So I will try to see if I can find it.
Yeah, let's have a look.
And I must admit, I'm afraid I will find games that
By yourself?
Yes.
Oh, that would be
Yeah, which
that would be great. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's look it up.
but I should remember it, I think, but I don't.
How many games have you played in your life? Classical?
Yeah, I guess 2,500 maybe.
Yeah, I have a similar
Yeah.
amount. Yeah, and I don't think I would hope that I at least recognized them when you would show them, but I don't. I cannot really.
No.
I can't really be sure.
Sometimes you recognize the games, but you don't remember who you played. If you just put the pieces, I see the
Yeah.
game. And, oh yeah, I was winning for sure, but I don't know who it was.
Yeah, I think there are definitely some games that I've played that are sort of
Mm.
because they were played in some obscure, leagues or
Yeah.
some.
And maybe you lost, and then you also forget them.
Yeah, we
or-
talk about that, right? Losses, I'm very good at forgetting.
Yes. And that's
I just have no idea sometimes.
what am I doing? Am I even?
Yeah, I think you you did the wrong order.
Yes.
It's Bishop G5 first.
Yeah. So that's typical. Also, and also here I have played bishop to both h4.
Yes, yeah, Bishop. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Bishop H4 is also a big
Mm.
theoretical variation. Also, many games, and also C takes D5 has been played. We should probably point that out. That after knight G5, knight G5, Black can play E6, double attack on G5 and on the pawn. So that's how Black regains the pawn. I mean, back in the day, this used to be a theoretical line: ED, Queen E3 check. Then the king has to move, and then I think Queen F4 would come. And there were some discussions in this position, but nowadays this is considered all very fine for Black in multiple ways. Bishop F4, knight C3, BC3, C5, E3, castle. This is where we are, and the current position. That game of Prague, I'm curious about.
This H4 played 2 times.
So probably it's not in this position. So if we start with Rook HC1 instead, if you go back.
Is this?
Rook HC1. Yeah, maybe it's not here. Maybe we're mixing up. Rook D8, I guess, is the move. Yeah, you.
I was trying to see if it was with a knight. If it was with a knight.
Okay, yeah.
But it was not because it's played.
Yeah.
But where is the Prague?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. No, but I was thinking maybe it's later on. So knight C6, Rook HC1, Rook D8, King E1, Bishop F5.
We have to.
Yes. Sorry. King E1, Bishop F5, and maybe around these parts. Also not here. No. Yeah, but this is weird that we both had the recollection.
Yes, I'm absolutely sure he played H4 sometime.
Perhaps
it was knight.
Yeah, I think it's this.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so we were close. We were close. Jordan, he took on D2 here, and we said that knight C6 is the alternative. And there, Pragnananda played Queen A5, knight takes A5, H4. So this is what we were both trying to recollect without much success. But luckily we have it on our screen here. And this was interesting. I think he got even a bit of an advantage, but eventually it was against Sindarov, by the way. He eventually it became a draw. Not very relevant for our game today though, because Jordan took on D2 immediately. King D2, knight C6. So that's obviously different from what we just saw. And Rook HC1 played. And if I just pull that up for a second. Yeah, so here the main move I think is Rook D8 in order to push E5.
You have to drop the king back.
Yeah, and that's what we spoke about. It's nice to take the h1 rook to c1, because then after king e1, that rook is not stuck on that wing.
But maybe rook c5 is the modern move instead.
Rook c5 also very possible, because it stops e5. Yeah, very possible move as well. Some high-level games I see continued in this way. Yeah, it is of course nice if you're not forced to move the king from d2. So perhaps this is a better. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this develops, but especially given the fact that both aren't really blitzing their moves, it looks like they're just going to play this endgame, and then things are possible. Of course, things could happen. Doesn't look very exciting, but it's a game, and I think similarly to what Magnus has been doing, Abdestorff just looks for a risk-free game where he can just press a small endgame advantage, and Magnus.
And Abdestorff, he has to win to.
He has to win. He has to win
to have some chance.
Yeah. Of course, it's for him to win the tournament is extremely unlikely.
Yeah.
But first of all, Arjun needs to lose his game, and the game between Carlsen and Dogmus needs to be a draw. Well, that is not. It is possible. Everything is possible, but it's not the most likely scenario. But he will just try to play for win in general with white.
Yeah.
And Dogmus doing his usual deep dive into the position, spending serious amounts of time. So do we expect 97 now?
And of course, white will develop the knight.
Yeah, let's say knight c3, knight c6. I guess bishop e3, and maybe all the way here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not much. This is not much.
No. If
king,
anything.
King coming to e7. Yeah, we already pointed this out earlier. It's definitely not much. Perhaps he has another way after 97, another way of responding here. That keeps a bit more pressure.
Is it the difference if I can keep my bishop on the diagonal?
You mean if you do something like a3, knight c6, bishop c3, or?
But then I think
I'm afraid you can anyway go, because g7 isn't really hanging. Bishop g7, rook g8, it drops g2,
and it's over.
And black is very active. Yeah.
So what else can we do?
Yeah. So 97. How do you keep some pressure here?
Little bit surprised that he didn't take on c6, Carlsen, but of course he knows better than me what to do.
You mean in this position?
Yeah, because you want to have force the bishop to c6 and then play f3.
Yeah, I also think this is just pleasant. Yeah. I because now the c6 square is also occupied.
Yeah.
So that whole idea of 976 is not happening. But I think we should not be too too harsh just yet.
I was not harsh. I was only surprised.
Thought you were very harsh.
I have big confidence in Carlsen.
97 has not been played.
No, he's thinking of. Yeah.
Now, what I like, what I find interesting in the tournament of Magnus this year, he's been very successful when he goes all in.
Yeah.
Actually, the Benoni with Niels, the King's Indian against Woodward yesterday, and actually when he took it a bit slower, his games with Irigaisi, his games with Abdusatorov, there he has been less. It would be interesting to see if he's able to pull that typical Magnus type, what we perceive as a typical Magnus type win, where he squeezes something out of nothing.
But these black wins he had, of course, it was not against the highest rated like Ergas and Abdusatorov.
True, but
because there is a difference.
Yeah, there is a difference.
Yeah.
I agree, but I still found it remarkable that that's where he scored the points. And also with Sushiner, it was a crazy game, of course.
Yeah.
That also got completely out of control. And let's see this end game. So we think it's not so much after 97, but at the same time, Magnus might prove us wrong in the long run, especially.
You could start with Rook C8 if you want. Also another move.
Yeah, in order to try to win
to
material.
Yes.
But let's say knight d2, because now a7 is hanging.
But I'm not sure where do you want the knight? Do you want it on d2?
Maybe not, but it does lose a lot of time to go rook c8, I think. I mean, okay, the knight comes in. Now we have to do something about the pawn. Let's say a6 or
bishop b4.
Bishop b4. Okay.
But you take on g7 maybe, and I take.
Some tactics.
Yes.
Oh, didn't see that one.
Because probably not good.
So you mean bishop g7 or?
Yeah.
Rook takes c4.
Rook takes c4.
Bishop h8. f6. Why?
Yeah.
Why is it not?
Yeah. Try to.
I thought it looks excellent. Actually. Well, excellent. I don't know. Yeah, difficult to say, but very interesting at least. Aha. So we do have an alternative in rook c8.
But I agree, the a7 pawn will be hanging later on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan, I have to say. But on the other hand, okay, this is a rather forced line, right?
Yes.
Because we cannot. I mean, bishop e2 is not really a very desirable move, I guess. Looks a bit awkward.
Yes, that will not happen.
I mean, you do go bishop e3 or king d2 next, so it's not an giant issue. But so let's say knight d2, bishop b4, and maybe just move the bishop now, here or here. Just saying that, let's say to d3. Just saying that now there's a double attack.
Yes. So it was too much.
Perhaps.
Yes.
Perhaps. But he'll surely be thinking about it, of course, because these kind of forcing things, they might suddenly work. Yeah, he's taking his time.
Yeah.
And
Abdusatorov, he played rook c5.
Abdusatorov, he has played rook c5. Yeah. So we have this position on the board.
Stopping e5.
Yeah, so it would be really nice for black to get e5 in. So is there a way to do that? Or it's just not happening anymore? I mean, you could make a move like bishop f5, for instance.
Could I play bishop d3? I want to exchange the bishop.
Yeah, bishop d3.
Because I want to play rook b1 later on.
Yeah, let's say we take it, or Let's say we take it.
Yeah.
Maybe rook AC8. Then just rook AC1, huh?
Mm.
Yeah, there's something to...
Because the bishop is still not good.
Hey, now you want to go rook
G7.
b1, right? And
Yeah.
attack the queen side.
Yes.
Yeah, black will probably have to do something... try to do something forceful here, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise you might land in a
Very
passive position. Yeah.
Yes.
Because let's say we do something like rook d7.
Mm.
Rook b1, let's
B1,
say.
yeah.
And rook ad8. Maybe just go something like g4 or h4. And this could turn into something nice.
Yeah. Because black's only plan is play e5.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if we can try something like this, perhaps. Maybe this is a way to play.
But if I move my king back, maybe.
Yeah, to just prevent it. And or if e5 you just take it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this doesn't really work. It doesn't really work. Yeah, some problems to solve, basically, for Jordan. And like we said, he has that risk-free type endgame. I think he's not very unhappy here. And Doc Moose has played 97.
Finally. How long did it take for this?
Just 26 minutes.
Okay, nothing. 26 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like a whole game.
Yeah, like we said in the beginning, I can't help but think that we're looking at some historic images, you know?
Yes.
I constantly have these Kasparov, Carlsen vibes from 2004. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Carlsen replies here. So black has this very easy plan of knight c6, bishop b4 check, king e7, rook d8, rook c8, and swapping some pieces, and that's it.
We will give it a try again. Knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3. Let's go knight c6.
And the tactical variation with knight b5.
I think here it's even worse.
Yes.
This is not in this version. I think it's just lost. Knight c7,
You have your
king e8, knight takes a8. Maybe achieve a check first. King f2. But this one is how to do it in the most accurate way. It's not going anywhere. Maybe just king e7. Knight c7, rook c8.
Start with knight d1, maybe. Rook d1, sorry.
Yeah, but the problem is, I think that
there's
no threats because after rook d4, there's bishop e5.
Yeah, it's pinned.
And even e5 if necessary. So yeah, going back to this position, knight 6. I don't think knight b5 is. I think he has to go bishop e3, and now bishop b4. So maybe one question is if we move our king, let's say to f2. Immediately it's been played king f2. Okay.
Direct.
Because I was just wondering, like, is this something black likes to give the bishop in order to, or are these bishops quite strong here?
I guess they are.
Yeah, I quite like the bishops. Yeah. Anyway, it goes king f2 immediately.
Okay.
So he remains flexible with the knight, and after knight c6, I assume he wants to drop back to e3. And the reason he chooses f2 and not e2, I think, is seen in the line knight c6, bishop e3, knight e5. Because if the king is on f2, then you can drop back to e2 very nicely. And now bishop probably should go here. Then there are checks. You don't really wanna deal with this. So that's why he goes to f2, so that after knight c6, bishop e3, knight e5, he can drop back to e2. And this is very harmonious. No issues. Yeah, I think he's going to be pressing a little bit. I guess knight c6 is going to be his follow-up, right? It would be interesting to know if Erdogan expected the move king f2, because he spent 26 minutes, and I had this experience in my that I would spend half an hour, make my move, and then my opponent makes a very normal looking move, which I haven't considered, and it always feels like I just wasted half an hour.
Doesn't look like a position where calculation is the most important thing.
No, that is true. That
You
is
have
true.
to find
Yeah.
the right squares for pieces somehow.
I think that's one of the reasons why Magnus went this way. It's all about technique, finding the right squares, finding the right ideas. Of course, there's some small calculation involved here and there, but
Okay,
all right.
But what do we play? Knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6 is a must, I think.
Bishop go back.
Bishop e3. Of course, bishop c3 allows a check on c5. Feels weird. So bishop e3.
And then we develop the bishop somewhere.
Yeah, where to though? Because bishop e4 looks very odd now. Yeah. We were all the time going to b4 because the knight was it's already one upside to king f2. I like the move king f2. How is bishop d6, let's say?
Yeah, because you want the king on e7.
Yeah, I want to play king e7 and rook hd8. But let's say knight c3. Because at the king e7, there's knight b5 now. Bishop is attacked.
And if you move it, it's an annoying check.
Yeah, you don't want to move it, and moving it here, a3, still doesn't stop bishop c5. So I assume black has to go maybe a6, but yeah, he's putting pressure. He's putting more pressure than we did, I think, earlier.
Yes, of course. He should do.
He should, yes.
Yeah,
yeah, we expect nothing less. Still a long way to go, of course, before any... And maybe we should briefly see the Egaisi game. Because I think they surprise each other in the exact same moment.
Yeah.
As in, Arjun played h5 without much thought. This took Woodward out of book, apparently, because he spent 15 minutes on 97, to which Arjun spent 26 minutes on queen d3.
Yeah.
And to me, it's odd, because 97 feels like a very natural continuation.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm sure they checked a ton of things, and you can never really be sure what appears on the board. And so he's attacking the knight. Knight b6 is the most obvious reply, I think.
Yeah.
You could try to win a piece with a4, a5, but I don't think that really results too much. So what's his intended follow-up?
Again, the knight to develop.
92?
Yeah.
E5.
Let's see. G4 is hanging now.
Yes, this is hanging. G5? Or?
Yeah.
I'm just not so convinced. Even such a move.
Yeah, F5.
Who's attacking here? Maybe we go back?
Yeah, I think so. Because this looks...
So knight... So queen d3 is played. So this is clear. Knight db6. We should add b5 is maybe a move as well. Knight b6 is definitely not the only move, but I think it's the most obvious one. Also prepares to play in the center. Okay, we could of course really, you know.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Also, but also the question why.
But why also? Yeah, because of e5 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking just to rush forward, but yeah, it's doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. Also, there's no backup, right?
No.
There's no pieces. I mean, and the center is about to open.
And black is already a pawn up.
That's nice. That's a good starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Somewhat reluctantly, I'm saying I like knight e2 a bit more, I think, than queen d3. Just to bring the knight in and start operations on the... I mean, he's probably going to show us, but I don't really see why this inclusion queen d3 knight b6 is so advantageous when black is ready to go e5 and d5 now. Knight b6 still hasn't been played, by the way, so it may not even... I mean, definitely b5 is a move as well.
Can play a4 if
Can
you
play
want.
a4. Yeah, c6 probably is because a6, unfortunately, ab. There is this pin. It's very typical. Yeah, I'm somehow less of a fan of this one, but it's also possible. And just to play a5, knight b6, try to induce a bcb and then get the bishop to b7.
If I play e5, I try to use my bishop.
Yeah, I'm just trying to... It's very complicated. If I take bishop c6 and knight c5, how's that?
I call it unclear.
Yes. We move on.
Yes. I could have taken a takes b instead of bishop takes e6 maybe. Because then the knight on c4 is hanging.
It's hanging now. That is true. That is much stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just... Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah. All right. Still not convinced. Like something like this.
Mm. And now I should take something. I don't know. D6 maybe.
Yeah, can we give an exchange here? Something like bishop d7.
Yeah, that's the problem when you go with all the pawns.
Yes.
And don't develop.
Like bishop a8, queen a8. This looks quite pretty, right?
Yes.
H5 hanging, a4 hanging,
H1 hanging.
h1 hanging. Yeah, that's the biggest issue, in
Yeah.
fact. f3 is an ugly one.
Yes. So this is very good for black.
It looks very good for
Yeah.
black. Yeah. Yeah, so this explains why Andy's taking his time, because he has options. b5, knight b6. I mean, a move I don't really like is d5. I guess I would like it if white takes the pawn. I mean, this is probably when the king is on e1. This is probably not so bad, but I'm afraid of e5.
Yes.
Closing the center and then just start the business. Start business here. But I think both b5 and knight b6 are very interesting. We haven't seen Niels's game for a while.
Yeah.
Should we?
So he's playing white.
So rook e8.
So yeah.
Yes, and like we said, he's fighting for
avoiding the last place.
Yes, to get away from last place.
Yeah.
Knight f3, c6, e4, and a6. So her last move clearly,
indicates b5.
Indicates b5 is coming. And after a4, to stop that move, I guess she'll play a5 and cement those squares for her knight. I think she's done pretty fine. Of course, normal type of position. But strategically, it's interesting. The things can easily go wrong here. And I guess for white, the idea is to push d4 at some point.
And then pressure against d6.
Yes.
Or maybe take.
But do you ignore b5? Do you let it happen? Do you play a4?
I don't play a4.
You don't play a4, huh?
No.
It's ugly, right? This
would never play.
I think it's an ugly move. So you would castle maybe, or you can play d4, of course. It feels a bit risky with the king on e1. Let's say castle first, yeah. I'll go b5. Maybe d4, is it possible?
Yeah, we can try.
Maybe d4. Because I think if b4... Well, I don't know, in fact.
e4 is hanging.
Yeah, knight a4, there's queen a5, I think. And then
take.
It's not that clear, maybe, but doesn't feel so bad either. I rarely play these kind of setups. I'm always a bit afraid of that bishop on g2, that it will end up against a knight on d4, a black knight on d4, and that's always a bit. On the other hand, if let's say if the castle, okay, let's make a few not suboptimal moves, something like d4 happens and rook a1. I mean, this position, this type of position can be very good for white. Just center and this move b5 is a bit disturbing, right?
Yeah, I like black, I would say.
Yeah, strategically, I also like black, yeah,
Yeah.
but it's probably not really bad at all
Mm.
what Niels has done, but I also like the potential of black's position. Yeah, we have some moves in the Carlsen game. Maybe we can. So after king f2, knight c6 was played,
Yeah.
bishop e3, and rook c8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last move, I think, threatens. Does it? Knight b4? Maybe it doesn't even threaten knight b4. I was thinking knight b4 is a threat. But you have rook c1, huh? I think that maybe what Erdogmus is going to try to do is bring the bishop to c5 later on to exchange the bishop. For instance, let's say we play knight c3. But now knight b4 is annoying as well.
It's check on d3.
Yeah, knight c2 is rook takes c4. If bishop b3, there's a check here. Aha. So should we play some knight d2 maybe, or knight e5, bishop e2, and maybe bishop c5? Because I think more or less any exchange is good for black. Gets him closer to equality.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very good if he can put his king on e7, of course, and then just develop.
Yeah, once he gets these bishops off and goes king e7, then it's very close to nothing. And knight e2 has been played. So after knight e5, is there an alternative? What if I go rook hc1? I mean, it's a very concrete move, of course. Generally, we're not happy to give up the pair of bishops, but I was thinking that maybe, because a7 is hanging now, there might be some concrete issues.
Because I cannot play bishop c5 because you take and give
Yes,
check.
that's very important.
That's the point.
That this would be great if black can also go king e7 and rook c8, but knight d6 wins the rook and ends the game.
So if I play,
and a6 is also not a very happy move, I guess.
I wanted to play b6.
Yeah, b6 is maybe a bit. Yeah, though I wonder if the knight b6. If we take on c1, go bishop c6, it's also not that easy to break through.
I have to go back and play knight a5.
Yeah, but then maybe we can start with that move. Here, maybe we can start with knight a5. Yeah, this looks better. Just attacking b7, yeah. Yeah, so you wanted to play b6, right? Instead of, so knight takes c4 and b6.
There is no bishop landing on a6,
Exactly.
for example.
Yeah. Yeah, is there still some pressure here? Or is it, let's say, a4? Just want to push a5 and try to get at those pawns. But it has this small lead in development, which still
Yeah.
gives some chances.
Okay, I play bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Have to develop.
Maybe a5? It's a bit tricky, right?
Yeah.
A little bit tricky. There's some pressure here.
If only my king were on e7. It's just one.
Yeah, it's
tempo.
just one tempo. Yeah, it's just.
Because I'm not in time to defend the pawn.
Yeah, because now I mean bishop e3, king e3.
Okay.
Yeah, 96 is also a threat.
Yeah.
So king e7, but then 8 xb, and it's just a pawn. So let's try this again. 92. We went 95. Rook h c1. Of course, knight x4 is not forced.
No.
Black would start with a move like a6, let's say. Because if you exchange already, as we did earlier, then after a6 there was this annoying move knight a5. So maybe we can turn it around.
Could also play bishop b4 maybe.
Bishop b4, another.
Try it.
Yeah, also very reasonable.
Yeah, turn it into take on d2.
Is there a trick like bishop b5? Yeah, as long as you don't take on b5 and run the rook c8.
Yeah.
I think any move, right? King e7 even. Yeah, so this is not a big deal. Yeah. No, it's just probably black should probably not take here.
No. I agree.
That's probably so either bishop b4 or a6. Those moves look pretty fine. He is taking his time after 92. But he just made 95. Okay, he just made it. After 6 minutes, so he's speeding up.
Speeding up, yeah.
Yeah, so we tried rook hc1 because we thought bishop e2, bishop c5 is maybe not so much, huh? I think this is what Edogmus wants to play.
Yeah.
And let's say something like rook c1, bishop e3, king e3, king e7. Yeah. It's just it looks a bit better, but it's only the looks.
Yeah. It's not enough.
It's not enough. This is normally not gonna lead to much.
Okay, Woodward, he played b5.
He played b5.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go there. Yeah, and he really spent a lot of time on it, 23 minutes. So he really did a deep think there. Yeah, of course, b5, it's the most ambitious way. If it works, it can just be yeah,
very good.
Very,
For
very
black,
strong.
yeah.
Yes. I mean, if there's a way to punish queen d3, then this is it. So you want to bring the bishop to b7, maybe. First and foremost, of course, he simply protects the knight on c4. And we tried all these direct things like
a4,
like a4, c6, and then e5, but we were not really. I mean, knight b6 was our problem, I think. Let's see that one more time, maybe.
Yeah,
so we played bishop takes c6, I think.
Yeah, you played bishop d7. But
yeah, but I'm wondering now about bishop e4 because bishop a8. Of course, this is
good.
This is great, but bishop e4 maybe. This looks a lot better. And he has played a4. Besides c6, are there other moves? I mean, you could consider this move maybe. AB and bishop d7. Try to win it back in that way. Maybe this is what he wants.
Yeah, it's a very strange position. It's not like you can use examples of other games or something like this, or
Yeah,
standard plan.
it's very hard. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very, very hard. I think that's one of the reasons why these type of ideas, they start popping up more and more at top level, because they're so hard to it's so hard to get to any clear conclusions here.
Yeah. After knight b6, could I play a5? Just try to
After knight b6 to play a5.
just to irritate.
Yeah, and here you want to go rook takes a4,
Yeah.
right? And pick up the other knight. Yeah, I'll have to drop back.
And now we have an extra template somehow.
Yeah, well, essentially it is as if your pawn moved from a2 to a5, and it's your move again.
Yeah. Let's say knight e2. That's
Knight e2. I guess this move e5 somehow always attracts me. I still think c6 is the most ambitious one. But we should briefly go back to that one, c6, because that's somehow the. So you played. You played e5 here, right?
Yeah.
Difficult position. How about rook b8? I was hoping that if you take on c6, that I can play here. And if DE knight takes e5, you need to keep protecting the bishop. I guess queen e4. But then knight takes e6, queen c6, bishop b7, and
the rook is gone.
The rook is gone. And the whole position is gone.
Yes.
Yeah. So e5, rook b8. Let's try this.
I take on b5. Maybe.
Take on b5. I'll take back. Isn't this
Yeah, it looks very optimistic. Could take on a7 when the center is
but
crushing.
I think black is doing
very well.
maybe just DE or even if you want to be very safe, queen b6 followed by bishop b7. I think this is very dubious for white. This exact position.
Yes.
I don't know, but he played something we hadn't considered at all. He found another move, bishop a6.
Yeah,
that's another way of defending the pawn. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I think Andy is doing really good things. I'm just very. I think Black is just doing great here. Yeah.
I'm already expecting a tiebreak, I would say.
Okay, you're calling it already. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
With maybe 4 players even.
With 4 players.
Yes.
But then you're also expecting Onsetorov to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's I'm I'm a little bit
Speechless.
speechless.
No.
Well, a 4-way tie would surely be interesting.
Yeah.
But I find it a bit early to call this one yet.
Maybe you should say that I maybe hope for it more.
Yeah. There we find each other again.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that would be fun.
Because while I think that Andy might be doing very fine here or just fine, and it's hard to say. We don't have engines yet. Just for people at home, we don't really know. I mean, mathematically, what's up?
No.
We try to make sense of things, but we feel Black is doing very fine here. But I still think it's far from any result or yeah. I also think that Arjun, I mean, when you play this type of line, you know you're taking risks. I mean, he knows that this was one of the scenarios that he was taken out of book himself and would have to play this pawn down position, where there will always be some fake chances against Black's king. There will always be some. And I think this game is far from over, but I share your optimism.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. And in the game of Magnus, I think your tiebreak scenario is getting closer in that sense, because after 95, Bishop E2 was played, Bishop C5, and after taking Rook HC1 takes. This is the current position, and can this be something?
So rook is on its way to c7.
Yes, if allowed, the rook will go to c7 on the next move. Yeah, still a little. I mean, Black hasn't fully equalized yet, right?
No.
I was thinking, for instance, to make a move like Bishop c6 to block the c file and to prepare King e7. Maybe something like b4. b5 is an annoying threat. And if a6, then things like f4 you have to consider, and then bishop takes a6 because the bishop will be hanging once the knight moves. Still some pressure. Because for your scenario to unfold, this needs to be a draw, right?
Yes. Okay, if I stop it with knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6.
Then maybe knight.
Yeah, pretty solid knight c6.
Can you play knight c4 and then?
Yeah, knight c4, king e7
and e5 to try to.
But I think there's b5, right?
I directly knight this.
Then it starts to knight d6, knight e5.
Yeah, I can take on b5, but it's nothing.
Yeah,
rook b8.
Rook b8, and then
Black is better.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay, knight c6. Maybe your move is.
We have to block.
Yes.
The rooks.
Yeah, I thought it's a little bit of a pity that it blocks the bishop, but yeah, on the other hand, yeah, once the king comes here, rook c8 is played, and things get exchanged. Yeah, it's not much, of course. It will be very interesting to see how Magnus is going to press this.
Mm.
I mean, I guess direct things like b4, they're not really. I can even take
Take
it, right?
Mm.
Rook b4, rook c, knight b4, rook c7. Yes, let's show that because I was thinking about it as well. Knight b3, king e7, knight c5, right? Yeah. Maybe just rook b8.
Yeah, we have to be careful.
I mean, it's a little bit sad at first,
Mm.
but then if white cannot put more pressure, then just slowly but surely bishop e8. At some point b6 or
Mm.
knight e8, and
Mm.
slowly but surely you'll disentangle, and then also knight d7, king d7, bishop b5. It looks nice at first, but after rook c8, there's no way to keep the pressure
No.
going. Now white is slightly better in all of these lines, but it might all peter into nothing. So that's where Magnus will have to show his his endgame skills.
Yeah.
I mean, move we haven't mentioned yet is king e7. If you just allow the rook to enter, and then to go rook b8, and then to prepare to expel it again. And maybe even knight c6 is a threat to trap the rook on c7. And so that's also a question. The move king e7 just. I mean, do we really play rook? Yeah, if not for rook c7, which.
Yeah, what else?
So rook c7, rook b8. Yeah, it's good to hydrate.
Mm. Yeah.
It doesn't look like much. Let's call it what it is.
Yes.
Doesn't look like much.
Looks like nothing, actually.
Yeah, I would yeah, I would almost agree.
Mm.
Yeah.
So if king e7 is possible to play, then it's very good to play, I think.
Yeah, if it's possible to go king e7 and just prepare rook c8 to trade the next set of pieces. Yeah, then it's we shouldn't forget that Arjun, we believe, is worse at this point. And perhaps these two players are also aware of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, normally Magnus would try, I think, everything in his power to win this game. But if he sees that Arjun is losing his game, for instance, which I think is, again, too early to say. But then a draw would suit him not even that badly. Because again, I think in any tiebreak, he'll be a giant favorite.
Knight c6 was played.
Knight c6 was played.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no king e7.
Yeah, so probably there was something that bothered him in these lines. So he starts with knight c6. I did like king e7, but it may not all matter that much, I think.
If you had played king e7, was it possible to play f4 and then e5?
Yeah, king e7, f4, knight c6, and e5. Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Then
So let's say here,
knight e4.
knight e4. Yeah, maybe this is the way to do it.
Don't think it's much.
No, absolutely don't think it's much.
No.
Even maybe f6 type move
yes.
to make sure that the pawn gets exchanged. Yeah, well,
we will see.
Perhaps this was his reason for going knight c6 first. So this is the current position, and we'll be back here. Of course, we'll keep an eye on this one.
So we can take a look at Abdul Sattarov against Van Foort.
Yes.
He had a very long think after bishop f5. So play rook c5 and then play
Rook to b5.
b5 after, I think, half an hour almost.
Are you sure? Because it says here 30 seconds.
No, I have seen this position
Aha.
for...
Maybe my screen is deceiving me. So he played rook b5 here. So you want to take on b7?
Yeah. So I say you should defend it, probably.
You can also say, do you really want to take it? Because
Because
if you take it, I'll play
e5.
e5, right?
Mhm.
So what if we just say, go ahead?
Okay, let's try.
Yeah, rook b7, e5.
Right. Can try bishop g5.
I think even ed works.
Because a1 is
Yeah,
hanging.
because bishop d8, d takes e3, and then yeah, a1 is hanging. Even knight takes d8 is an idea. Everything is hanging. So let's go back a few moves. I mean, you could try to attack the knight, huh?
Rook c1.
Rook c1, but then I think
Knight
takes b4 or
okay.
or knight a5 is
No,
also possible.
Mm.
The double attack, yeah. Okay, so we'll take the other rook then. We'll take this rook.
Mm.
But again, ed at the very least, and again, the rook will be. I thought also knight takes d4 looks good.
Mm.
E takes d, e takes f, and equal pawns, but
Pair of bishops.
pair of bishops and d4 is weak. So rook b5. I think after a6, he just wants to go back.
Yeah.
And he just claims that this is not an improvement.
Mm.
But it was more of a, of course, a6 is also not forced, but it's more of a question like what is, what's his next move? What's White's next move?
King e1. Maybe. He gets it.
I mean, then why to not start with, I mean, rook b, in order to play king e1, in order to threaten to take.
Yeah. Or rook c1. The same idea.
Yeah. Yes, maybe rook c1 is the idea, to threaten to take and then immediately attack the knight. So how is a6, rook c5? Is this really so bad? Is it worth going back and forth with the rook to provoke a6? So what if I go e5?
I have to take, or at least you have to try.
Yeah, let's take with the knight.
Yeah.
I'll go knight takes.
You have to take.
And now I wanted to go b6 because okay, bishop e5, rook e5, of course, it's just a pawn. Doesn't work. But after b6, because we have played a6 as well, rook is a bit. Isn't this just
Bad.
just bad? The rook cannot leave the fifth because then bishop takes e5 will come. So I guess this is the only move. But this cannot be serious. This is, if anyone's better, it must be black here. I mean, the rooks will come.
Yeah.
So rook b5. We play a6. And then, well, if not for rook c5, then we'll play e5 anyway.
Yeah. We have to take a look at that rook takes b7 again.
Yeah, let's look at this one again. So we go e5.
And now what?
Yeah, rook c1. That's definitely a move. I thought we wanted to play knight a5 here, though.
Mm.
And then both are hanging. And then we tried rook c7 to avoid knight a5. But then at the very least, knight takes d4 is there. E takes d4, e takes f4, and yeah, it's just this brilliant for black. Well, brilliant is maybe too strong, but two bishops and bit puzzled by this.
Rook b5 was.
Rook b5, it's an extremely provocative move. I mean, the funny thing is you could even play e5 here, right?
And if you take, you just take twice.
Knight takes, yeah, knight takes. And if bishop takes, then a6. It's the same thing. And if rook c5, b6, and it's again, we'll have the exact same position. So even e5 is a move.
Maybe I can sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah, so you want to play rook takes e5 or?
I think I'll take with a bishop still. And you have
bishop a6.
Take on g7.
Yeah, ab.
I thought bishop f6 maybe.
Yeah, rook d6, let's say.
Bishop e5.
Yeah, because a2 is, I think, going to be an issue here. Maybe you could start with bishop e5 or in this position. But also bishop e6 or b4. Yeah, even. Or rook c8. It doesn't look very good just.
No, it's bad. So what is his point? Rook b5.
Yeah, e5. Yeah, I think right now I'm thinking just e5. We don't even need a6. Sorry, which move? No, we don't go a6 anymore. We play e5.
Directly e5.
Yeah, the position on the board. Yeah, because we concluded we don't really need a6. Why to give white more options? E5 is maybe more forceful. I mean, a6 it's still a move, but yeah, for now we're struggling here to come up with anything. In fact, are we saying black is better here, or is that going too far?
Thought for a long time and played rook b5. So there must be.
You're sure, yeah, about it?
I thought
Because
that.
it's
Okay, but
it shows 30 seconds, but I don't know.
because I saw the.
It does feel weird to play that
Okay.
move instantly. That
Yeah.
that is true. Maybe it's a glitch on my end.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just saw the positions for so long time.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so it's a glitch on my screen. He spent 34 minutes on rook b5. So what are we missing then? I mean, assuming that in those 34 minutes they were well spent.
Yeah.
What are we missing here? So knight takes e5.
I should be here for white. Bishop e4, f5. I mean.
Bishop g5. Yeah, the problem I think is e takes d4. Because you can take on d8, but then d takes e3, and rook on a1 drops. So I don't think, I think you have to take on e5. I think you have to take on e5. We'll play knight takes e5. I mean, rook takes e5. Yeah, I don't know. Is this serious, or I don't know. I think it's just bad. I think this is just bad. So after e5, knight takes e5, knight e5, bishop e5. We played a6. If the rook moves to a5 or d5, then b6, right? Yeah.
So if I should sacrifice an exchange, I should probably play rook a5. Let you take on.
Like that. Oh, like that. b6 and then bishop g7.
Yeah.
Okay, b takes a5. Okay, the downside is though that now both the b file and the c file are there. But
I don't believe.
But let's say bishop e5.
But
yeah, I don't really think that it's playing for an advantage, right?
No.
Maybe it's equal, perhaps. It is nice though that you have control over b8.
But rook c8.
Yeah, rook dc8 or
no.
bishop d3. Okay, this at least is the best we've seen so far for white. But I guess you can take, maybe go rook c6, prepare rook c8. Something like this. e5 played. He's played it.
This will be interesting.
This is going to be interesting, yeah. Yeah, so we could have gone a6 also, right? And if the rook c5 go e5, or if the rook b7 go e5. So there were some options here, but Jordan goes for the most direct way. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah.
I think we've seen enough of it.
Erigaisi, perhaps.
Erigaisi, the leader of the tournament. So bishop a6 is where we saw this game last. g5.
I don't understand it really. I don't see the attack at all.
c5. ab, bishop b5, knight to e2. Yeah, I think this has gone completely wrong. But at the same time, you always keep some play here as white. But yeah, I'm just really not buying this.
No.
At all. Yeah, remarkable. Remarkable. So one thing that comes to mind maybe is to protect that bishop on f5, to play something like a6 so that you can sometimes move the knight and jump into d3. Definitely not the only idea in the position, I think, but
we try it. Is there a threat?
Yeah, let's say,
is there a threat after a6?
Yeah, let's see just what is white doing if we make
a
useful waiting move. Yeah, rook b8 is also possible. It does leave a7 hanging. I don't know how big a deal that is. Probably not, because you You have all kinds of maybe knight e5. This looks terrible. Looks terrible. Yeah, definitely also a move, rook b8. And like you said, also stepping out of the diagonal, which might be useful sometimes. Yeah, and who cares about a7 actually? So let's say we go rook b8. How does white?
I have to move my queen.
Yes,
I cannot stand on.
I also think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where do you move it? Let's try g3, h3, something like this.
Yeah, G. Let's say. Yeah, no, maybe the pawn is hanging on a7. Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, not that simple either, right? And is g6 a threat or not? Is h6 a threat or not? Very difficult questions.
Yeah. But
do
you really want to open up? Because if you play g6, maybe you can just take.
Yeah, I was in fact considering to go here.
Yeah.
In order to go g6, and because e6 is then also hanging sometimes. So I thought this could maybe work.
And if you play queen e7, then suddenly you can take on a7 maybe. Then it's more irritating.
Yeah, I start to lean towards a6 in fact again, because I do. I mean, the rook on a7 is now rather good. I think. Let's say we go a6.
Yeah.
And I'll go queen h3.
And I want to play, let's say queen e7.
Queen e7, yeah.
Just to protect e6.
And let's say we try. We try it anyway, g6.
Okay, are you going to sacrifice? No, you are not.
I think maybe I'll try h6 next to just open up everything.
Yeah, take, f take.
F takes, h takes.
6.
Knight f4 maybe. Some tricks.
Yeah.
Some tricks.
But so what is the trick actually? I play rook e8. Let's
I wanted to go maybe knight h5.
And then
starts just sacrificing like a
pretending you're
madman.
Yes.
So after knight f6.
So see your sacrifice.
Yeah. Probably.
Want to take a G.
Yeah, let's say if we take here.
Take with a.
You take with the queen, of course, because king takes is made
Okay.
in 2 moves.
Yeah.
So queen takes, bishop h6, queen g6. Yeah, it's not really very convincing, right? Bishop f8, probably king f8.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to drop e6. Yeah, not convincing. Not convincing. Nevertheless, if white would have some small improvement in this line, there is. That's the upside for Arjun at this point. That he may well be not doing very well here, but he will always have some. Rook b8 is played, so perhaps the better choice.
Yeah.
Who knows? Andy on 33 minutes after 15 moves. But now, I mean, we played queen h3, right? So we want to take on a7. We want to maybe go g6. It's not that obvious. And perhaps queen g3 is also a move. Also preparing all kinds of... No, I still think this game has plenty of play left.
Okay, Abdusattarov against
Yes,
Fanfars. You have
let's
to see how they did it.
Oh, a lot of moves. Okay, so how did it happen? We probably missed something. Knight e5. Oh, we missed... We assumed he's going to take on e5 and play a6. And I'd still be curious to know why this is not not good. But instead he took on d4 here. E takes d4, rook takes d4, king e3, all forced. Rook e4 check. King f3 only move. And now he played g5.
So winning back the piece.
Winning back the piece after bishop g3, I guess you have to even be careful not to get mated. Maybe you can even play a move like h5 to threaten g4 mate. I mean, you could play g4 immediately, but then I think you can take, right? I don't think this works. Yeah, after bishop g... the bishop is it's hanging here as well. So maybe this even... How is it going then, actually, this line? How does this continue? I think I'm a bigger fan of h5. Like this move h5. Yeah, it's funny, there's no rush. After h3 you can even go rook e8, I think, just to... There's no rush at all. Yeah, no, this is too dangerous. This is too dangerous. So that's why after g5, Abdu took on g5. Rook takes e5. Rook takes e5, bishop takes e5, rook c1.
So equal material.
Yes, I would say it's around equal.
Yeah.
Yeah, not much to... But yeah, interesting moment here. After e5, knight takes e5. So he took on d4, which yeah, leads to what we saw now. We're a bit unsure why this didn't happen. But then again, they may have had their reasons.
Yes.
I think... Sorry? Yeah, rook f5, b6. Yeah, we had a look at this. We thought it's not so. Yeah, bishop e5. Exactly, rook c...
Yeah.
Rook c8, bishop d3. This position, you mean, yeah? Yeah, it's possible, of course. It's possible that this is not this was not to Jordan's liking.
No.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I was a bit afraid of something like this to quickly double. On the other hand, yeah, you have to reckon with d5. d5, rook c5, e4, rook c8. Bishop d4, rook b5. Yeah, it's to me it's not. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, it's possible by expressing, of course, with the center pawns. And I understand also that, I mean, the game is very clear cut. In the game, Jordan is sure that he's fine. Here, of course, it's yeah, double-edged endgame. Double-edged endgame. Yeah, this is probably the reason. Yeah, that's true. This was probably what he was hesitating about. This exact endgame. As it is, we have this position. Jordan thinking a little bit. I don't think we expect.
White can have some pressure.
Yeah. You think white is... I mean, let's say we go bishop e6. Bishop c4. Oh, okay. I was about to blunder a pawn with rook c8, bishop e6, and then bishop takes f7 in between. Yeah, no, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps it's some small. Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. In the meantime, do we have updates in the Magnus game?
Yes.
So knight c6 was played. Magnus played e5 immediately.
So he's trying to get f4.
Yeah, interesting decision. Very interesting decision. Yeah, so after knight takes e5, I assume he wanted to infiltrate. Black cannot defend the pawn because of rook c8, obviously. So that means there's pressure.
Yes.
Yeah, there's pressure. So understandably, Adokmus didn't take. He played king e7, f4, rook c8, a3, and now f6. This is the current position. Yeah, he's ever so slightly better, right? Would you take on f6 or?
How is the time? Just to...
He has 52 minutes still, Magnus.
Yeah.
And Adokmus is on 30 minutes, which is fine, I think, especially for his standards. He's generally already much lower on the clock, around move 20.
Yeah, probably you should take.
Yeah, and I think to disbalance it in this way is small victory for Magnus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a giant difference, but we're always taught about pawn islands, right?
Yes.
Black has 3 pawn islands, white has 2. White potentially has, I mean, this is right now not very relevant, but potentially in the endgame, the pawn endgame, the passed pawn, the far advanced outside passed pawn. So some small pluses to white's position here, but still, of course, far from anything very real. But I like his move e5 a lot. And yeah, f4, a3, f6. I think he's doing his thing.
Yeah.
Doing his thing.
So now it starts.
It starts. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and if Adokmus were to draw this game in a flawless manner, it would be, I mean, for a 14-year-old against arguably the best endgame player of all time.
Yeah.
Well, not even arguably, I think, just the best endgame player of all time.
Yeah.
That would be an incredible achievement. And Erigaisi, he has gone for that queen h3 move that we were discussing. So now you could say he has a double threat of taking on a7 and playing g6. You could question though whether g6 is a real threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still want to keep that a pawn. Don't want to give it.
I think we can give it if you want.
Yeah, but why to do
If we don't want.
Yeah, maybe even push it to a5 instead of a6. Just
Let's try, but then we must look at g6.
Yeah, so let's play a5. I think placing these, everything is ready for g6, right?
Yeah.
I mean, h6, g6, I think this is not the alpha zero thing we're talking
No.
about. This is not, I don't think the pawn is, I mean, the king is, I think, perfectly fine on g8.
Mm.
So g6.
But is f4 too slow?
I just f4. Yeah, I'm afraid to get some counter in the center. Let's say we take on d4 and play some e5 maybe. Because our king, of course, is a bit... Yeah, f5, let's say ed. I don't know how much it adds to our attack, this advanced of the... I don't know if it brings more... Could be, of course.
More pawns.
Yeah. I mean...
but we need more pieces.
Yeah, but maybe the king will eventually want those pawns back.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, because after knight d4, I mean, yeah, I'm not really not sure who is attacking here. Once the knight lands on c5, could be, of course, could be some g6, some. Yeah, so queen h3. We were trying a5. But it's more. I'm not even sure it's the right. But just to see what are we actually doing here. So we were trying g6 before, right? And you just played queen e7, I think.
Yeah, you tried.
Maybe I could start with this move knight f4. I mean, previously, I think we were playing.
We played with pawn on a6, so we had a temporary.
Yeah, slightly different position, but I think as white we were taking on f7 here and knight f4. Or how did we? Or are we playing h6 maybe?
We didn't play this position.
We didn't play it at all.
No.
Ah, okay. I'm just mixing up.
Yeah.
Even better. So okay, queen e7, knight f4 then. No, I remember now. I think we were playing it.
We played a6.
Yeah, we were playing. Yeah,
queen
FG,
h3,
then
queen...
h6, but it was a different. Yeah. So the threat is to go gf now, I think, because that would leave e6 vulnerable. But another thing is h6. So if we were play rook a8 to prepare the defense of e6, then this looks good, I think.
Okay, I try f takes g.
Yeah, hg. And now the problem, okay, king g7 is not possible, and queen g7, there's knight e6.
And then queen f6, just take the rook. Or it's mate, okay.
Yeah, so queen f7, probably the only move. But then we can already take a rook.
Yeah.
And well,
yeah, exchange up.
Yeah. Maybe finally castle.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we do this? How do we do this? Of course, Andy chose a different move as usual.
Yeah.
We're not really able to guess his moves this tournament. That's probably our that's probably on our end, but
okay, very surprised.
Because I do always like his moves somehow. Like this one too. I like how direct he plays. So knight b3 is a thing. The e2 knight can be exchanged now. Nice move.
Yes.
Very nice move. It looks super strong. Because it looks so simple, but this threat is pretty hard to stop. I mean, the moment you move the rook, let's say to b1, I'm assuming that we just take on e2, rook b8, queen b8, king e2. Yeah, this is just horrible. Could be 5 check maybe.
So can we move the rook to another square?
To a3 maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe just queen c7? Just preparing for the inevitable opening of the C file. And then, yeah, something, but I think I just don't believe in it.
No, but we have to try. Let's say g6.
Yeah, I think we'll just ignore it, right? So let's say bishop e2, or let's say c takes d4 first. And only
take back.
Yeah, takes, and now bishop e2.
Soon we will start to give some checks.
Rather annoying checks.
Yes. Bishop to
Bishop d2, that's
c4.
It's collapsing. And this is what happens when you don't
castle.
I mean, yeah, this is No, I think he has to take some really desperate measures already. Because this has been this opening disaster. So how do you even... Okay, let's say we ignore it. We play g6. I guess we go knight b3. Yeah, it's just you can just take everything, take on d4. Yeah, and there's no attack. Gf, it's one check. It's nothing. Yeah, maybe even knight c1.
Then we have to take back.
Yeah, and with the knight, I'm not sure.
No, with the rook.
But with the rook, yeah, bishop e2, king e2, rook b2 check. And even fg becomes a thing now.
Yes.
Yeah, he has to really dig in here and come up with some, I mean, desperate attacking. I mean, I think he has to try to go. What does he play? He made a move. Bishop e3. That was not really the desperate. Yeah, but sensible nonetheless. Of course, trying to get out of the. Yeah, but now the question becomes: so if I just take on e2, I give a check.
And then the knight will return.
You move the king. Yeah, where to? Maybe f1. And now just knight c4, let's say.
Yeah, return again.
Just absolutely wonderful position for Woodward. And let's briefly check in with Abdusatorov, with Jordan. We had a brief discussion earlier with our audience whether this was still perhaps something for white, but I think the way it happened after rook c8, Yeah, I'd be surprised if this doesn't end in a draw. One of the ways to do it perhaps is just to go bishop d7 and start pushing the queenside pawns. There's just not enough left, I think, in the position to really yeah, this move rook c8 was just getting the rooks off. And yeah, I think for Jordan it's a good way to end the tournament, right? Yesterday he had a giant disappointment when he didn't defeat Niels from an extremely promising, I would say, winning position. And yeah, to then make a solid draw with black against Abdussatorov, number 4 in the world, is a good way to end things, I think. Not yet over, obviously, but
So Van Forest actually had 2 games he should have won and didn't.
Yes, it was with Niels and with, help me out. Zuziner. Yeah,
Zuziner,
true.
yeah.
Yeah, he had 2 absolute winning positions that he didn't convert. So he really left some points on the table this tournament. Yeah, had he converted those, he would have been fighting for first. Which, of course, after his win against Magnus, also it looked like he was one of the contenders for first. Yeah, his loss against Erigaisi, that was really the one that ended his tournament aspirations, I think.
But that can happen. But I think not converting these 2 wins.
Yes, that was
It's a bigger problem.
Yeah, that was not so good.
Okay, Carlsen against Erwin.
Yes, because we have quite a lot of moves there. After f6, ef was played and rook c3, and now knight to d4. Forcing more exchanges.
Yeah. The point with rook c3 was to swing the rook to...
Yeah, he wanted to go to h3 and attack h7.
Yeah.
And I think Erdogmus, with his last move, wants to meet rook h3 with rook c2. And yeah, that does seem like something you cannot allow.
We take with check, so we have to take...
Yeah, we take with check. And we probably don't go to d6 because of knight e4, perhaps. So maybe somewhere here. Looks a bit odd, but...
Yeah, now it's time to
yeah,
start thinking.
Yeah, or
maybe
stop thinking.
Yeah. Maybe it's too late.
Yeah.
So this is nothing.
Wouldn't think so. No, yeah, maybe you can still go to e1. I don't think it's really
take some
bad, but maybe just knight e2, rook b2. Yeah, not really fighting for an advantage, I think, here. So after knight d4, do we expect him to take on c8?
Could he play bishop d3 to try to save
bishop d3
to try to save the bishop? But you could take and play knight b5.
Yeah, I was just gonna yeah, again, this is not working. Yeah, I think Dogmus is so far still holding his ground.
Yeah.
But there's still there are small. I mean, even in this line, even something like this, it's still not. I wouldn't call it just yet. But of course, he's super close to fully equalizing. But White has that potential on the king side. F5 is a move you don't really like to make because the pawns are on light squares.
So we try h6.
So we try h6, and maybe White can then try to create this outside pass pawn. Maybe start with king e3 first.
You have to go. Can also play e5, of course.
Yeah, but if the e5, I think this is what I wanted to illustrate. Like take knight f3. Let's say we take king f3, and now he tried to make a pawn here and then try to win on the queen side. Also hard to believe, but
Yes.
it's possible.
King
Possible.
Yeah, put your king on f6 and you sit and wait.
Yeah. Like I said, it is.
It's not won yet.
It's not won yet.
No.
Yeah. If someone can do it, it's Magnus. I
Yeah.
think that's not a bold statement, but yeah, it will require.
Will require one or two mistakes from
It will
Black.
require some mistakes,
Yeah.
and he hasn't really made many yet in
No.
this game. I think, and his pace is also decent. He has 25 minutes
Yeah.
with 18 moves to play. I mean, he's been much slower this tournament.
Yeah.
So perhaps his coach Mamad Yarov told him today speed up a little bit.
Yes.
We haven't looked at Niels's game for a bit. Of course, the stakes aren't that high in this game. Of course, the other 3 games are all impacting the fight for first place. So we have been abandoning this a little bit.
Yeah. So we stopped after a6.
Yeah, we stopped already here. Castle happened. b5.
Yeah.
a3. Bishop e6, knight g5. So he wants to meet b takes e4 with knight takes e6 before recapturing. She played queen b6, b4, knight b8, d7, knight takes e6, rook takes e6. And I think we have a few more moves. Rook b1, rook e8, and that's it. So for Zuzhina, I think her main objective is to get one of those knights to d4. That's the dream. So I think that's one of the reasons why she went rook to e8. She wants to make the e6 square available for one. So for instance, knight f8, knight e6, knight d4 is a typical plan. And Niels has played a4. Yeah, and I wonder if black should just reply knight f8 here.
Let's say I take with a... Yeah, but
I think whichever pawn you take, I'll take with the same one.
Yes.
I mean, I guess this is possible.
But then I wanted to play a5.
Yeah, but is that a strength or we probably it's a strength, huh? But let's assume it's a strength and just go c takes b5. And I don't think this can be allowed, this knight e6, knight d4. I think you really have to just eliminate it.
Yeah, I can play knight e5 and take with a pawn, maybe.
You mean you want to play that?
I don't know.
You want to play a5 or ab and then knight d5?
Yeah, something like this. And
maybe a5 or?
Yeah. But then queen d4.
Queen d4. Queen d4 is annoying, yeah. Okay, so a takes b maybe then.
Yeah.
But here too, I'm not sure that this is...
I want to put the rook on c6 later on.
Let's say something like this. I always like knights.
Yeah, but on f8.
Now on d4.
Yeah, but
my last move was queen d4, right? Maybe I can start with knight g6. Which still doesn't look very pretty because it cannot go...
No.
But once it reaches e7, then the threat is to go to f5. And then it reaches paradise.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like white Because knight e7 also
Yeah, the
stops.
knight is yeah. It also stops.
rook is-
So let's say rook. I don't know which rook.
I don't know.
Maybe
But
well,
like,
one of them. Just to illustrate, knight knight e7
also
also
stops.
stops rook c6. Yeah. And bishop h3 is no longer available because d5 is also attacked. Yeah, so a4, knight f8. You can also just start with bishop h3, maybe not do anything anything on the queen side. And if knight e6, just to take it. But yeah, I don't think this is the way, let's say, to fight for an advantage.
No. Then you have to play for f4 or something.
Yeah,
Move
to
move
play
the
king
to
king g2, king h1, something like this.
but, that's
Yeah, rook d8, maybe d5. Yeah, I think she's just doing fine, Sujina. She has played knight f8. So this is the current position. And it's basically what we spoke about at the very beginning, that this bishop on g2, I'm always afraid that it will end up fighting against a knight on d4 in this type of positions. Really, I was a bit fearful for these kind of positions. So I would be very likely going bishop h3 here and immediately chop it off the moment it arrives on e6. But after bishop h3, I mean 96, you can also go rook d8 and just play for d5. I think she's just she's done a pretty good job at fighting for the d4 square. All right, Arjun.
yeah. Something.
So after bishop e3, yeah, knight b3 happened. Rook a2, bishop takes e2, king e2, cd cd, queen c7. Yeah, I think that we can just say it as it is. I think black is winning.
Yes.
In this position. I think Arjun is lost. Just the question is, can he still create confusion? I mean, he's a pawn down. The initiative on the king side has not materialized at all. Queen c4 is a big threat. Not c3, but c4 is a big threat to give a check and attack the pawn on d4. It's
So what does that if he's losing and Carlson?
Then do we have 3 people on first place?
But if Carlson is winning,
then Carlson wins the tournament alone.
Yeah,
everything's possible. Just the 4-man tie has become a little bit less likely, I think. And this endgame of Jordan against Nordbeck, that would really surprise me if it's not going to end in a draw. I think Jordan is doing the right things, and he will just start pushing, liquidating. Yeah, I think it's just a draw. Of course, they'll make a few more moves, but that means that Abdusatorov will be
out of force.
Yeah, out of contention for first place. But potentially we can still have 3 winners.
Yes. We can take a look at the game with Carlson.
Yes. Yeah, so we have seen that exchange on c8 and king and bishop d3, h6, king e3.
So you play e5 or you go back with a knight.
Yeah, I'm a bit e5. Yeah, I somehow don't.
You don't like it.
I'm afraid to give this majority to white. This even if it's maybe just
yeah, it's so little. I think
you're just not convinced. So.
Must be very hard to
make something of it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's also true.
But I don't like to go back with a knight because that's the alternative, I think, to play knight c6.
Yes, yeah. Okay, let's try this a little bit. Knight f3, knight takes f3, king f3,
king f6,
king f6. Okay, I'll play bishop e4.
B6.
B6. I'll go King E3. Yeah, I don't really know where I'm going.
No, so I
It's a
don't
bit
know.
unclear, right?
No,
Where I'm-
I don't know even
even-
know how to stop it because I don't know where you're going.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's probably nothing. It's probably nothing.
I don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
I put all my pawns on black and then
Yeah.
like they say in the books.
Yes, exactly.
Mm.
Exactly. Okay. Then the really last time I'm trying.
Mm.
Let's say I'll go H4 is a bit weird, huh? I want to push H4 and G4. Can I get that?
I can I allow.
You'll allow it.
I allow
Okay,
it.
great,
Yeah.
great. Okay.
So I played B6.
B6
Mm.
more normal. I'll go G4.
And now I wait.
You wait. So you go, let's say, here. I'll go bishop E2.
Give a check.
Give a
Maybe.
check, King E3. And you just wait. Right?
Mm.
Bishop F3. You just wait. Yeah, and something like this. Okay, we were a little bit perhaps not very precise, but now I want to go G5 next.
Yeah, because now I would have needed a check on.
Yes, now it
this
would have been nice to.
Mm.
So, I mean, probably Bishop B7,
Mm.
Bishop F3, Bishop C8,
Yet.
and after King E4, there's a check. Yeah, and if I go here now, I mean, I'm just trying to make the point that white is still slightly better.
Yeah, give a check.
Yes, King C3 maybe.
So where are you going?
Well, if you move the bishop from the diagonal, I was thinking maybe King C4 is a
Yeah, go to, let's say, F1.
F1, huh? Yeah, that's a bit of a bummer. Yeah, it's hard.
But I understand you have these 2 pawns. It's of course it's good.
But it's maybe just not really enough. So going back to this, I mean, this is probably a move he's not going to make.
No, then
we'll chop it off, and we have this good knight, bad bishop scenario. Do you think this is winning?
Not sure at all.
I think it's a draw still.
Yeah, but Black will never play like that.
No, this is not pleasant. This is not pleasant at all.
And he'll go back. Could go back if you want.
Could go back, yeah. But okay, then we go knight F3 and do the same thing. Yeah, maybe your move is just maybe E5 is just fine. Because eventually we might even end up in such an endgame anyway.
Yes.
Once white pushes G4, G5, and these pawns get exchanged. That might happen anyway. All right, we'll wait to see what.
Okay, take a look at Arjun again.
Yeah, Arjun decided to bring his king to F3, which is what you do in this kind of position.
Extreme positions, yes.
Yeah, this is
okay. Woodward is down to 16 minutes.
Yes, that will have a role, perhaps play a role. So first thing I'm wondering is, can you somehow tactically make use of this king?
Threatening a check.
Threatening knight takes d4 to win the rook.
So I have to move the king again.
Yeah, maybe king g3, right?
Yeah.
And now queen b4 maybe?
Oh.
To attack these two. Ah, but you have rook a7 again.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not convincing at all.
No.
No, not convincing at all.
F5 instead.
F5 here. Yeah, 5 is the kind of move. Yeah, the king on F3 kind of It's one of those moves that pops up, right?
Could be good, but it's you cannot be sure.
So let's say we take it.
Yeah, take with a rook, I guess.
Take with the rook. King g3. Slowly but surely the king is just going to h2 and it will all be normal.
Normal.
Normal-ish.
Yes.
Normal-ish.
Yeah.
But if you take with the knight instead,
But then e6 is hanging with check. Queen takes e6.
How is this move?
I thought
Yes, that's knight takes d5. It's a very interesting. So
is it good?
it's well.
Put my king on h4.
But the fourth ring has also opened.
There is another rook coming.
There's another guy coming.
Okay. I wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, this is not
It's a left jab.
From all the sides.
Yes.
So king f3, f5. There. So g takes f is one move. Are there other moves? Is this a move? Let's say rook takes, right? And maybe here. I don't really feel like allowing this check.
No.
So okay, let's go to g4. Why not?
Why not?
Knight e5.
I have to take it.
Someone's feeling
Optimistic.
optimistic.
Yes.
Rook b4, yeah, but can I not run? I'm not sure.
No.
I'm not sure.
I don't think it was needed to play.
No, this was not needed.
No. Must be possible to find something.
Oh, there are so many good moves here, I think.
Yeah.
One of them is maybe just to take here. Bishop d4 and then just rook b4. Just going after. It would be very surprising if this doesn't win somehow.
king g3 instead.
Yeah, king g3 is maybe more normal. I agree. Yeah. But okay, d5 check is annoying.
Instead of taking.
Instead of taking, yeah, because here just to illustrate that after f4, for instance, there's knight takes d4 already. Bishop d4 is queen f4 mate. So this is probably going to end badly. Yeah, here this is the moment to think a little bit. Probably king g3 is a move for sure. Also feels very suspicious, but
f4 maybe. f4 and take on d4 maybe.
Oh, there's so many beautiful options here. I mean, I was also thinking about this move. I mean, e5 is the only move, I think. And then just f4.
No.
Bishop 4. I mean, we're not even sacrificing anything here.
Well, pawn up.
Pawn up, and I think it's completely lost. Like, it's just completely lost. Yeah, so king f3, f5. We're struggling a little bit here. Oh, he played it.
He played it.
So I think Andy also assumes this is not so bad. Yeah, I still think three-way tie at this point is the most the most realistic scenario.
So for the four-way tie, Abdusattarov needs to win his
Yeah,
position.
let's just see if that is. Yeah, I think that's as unlikely as the previous time we checked
Yeah.
in. Yeah, probably if anyone's pressing, it's white. But I think no one really is. So it was a3, bishop f5, king e3, bishop d7. Yeah, how to even begin to press here? It's well, here the draw is the most likely outcome.
Carlsen game. He didn't play e5.
Okay, so he went back. Yeah, he didn't make the decision yet.
Knight c6.
Knight f3, b6. Okay, one of the important points I think is after g4. I think there is e5, right?
Yeah, g4 is hanging.
Yeah, because fe bishop g4 I think is just nothing. Nothing really remains here. And going back to this position after e5, you could play f5, but
we have a protected passed pawn.
yeah, a bit unclear how why this would be. Maybe you bring the knight from d8 to f7 to d6, or just leave it on a7 to control g5. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
So no g4 probably.
Yeah, but what else then? I would say, because I think if you go h4, I think you have to. Well, I wanted to. I mean, a move like e5 because to control the g4. Let's say I go e5 anyway now. How will you still get g4 in?
So we should play h3 maybe.
h3. Now we're getting really subtle.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
But how dangerous is it? Not so dangerous. So how do we play with black?
Yeah, so you just want to go g4, right? But then again, after h4, there will be e5, right? So
maybe I can.
So hypothetically, if you just wait g4 and even, okay, it's a bit weird, huh? But let's say I just wait. You can go g5 directly, maybe.
I start to take, and you have your pawn on the h5.
Yeah. Again, this one, I would be thinking it's progress for white. Because this pawn is far outside. So it can be used. I mean, it's not going to promote, but it will be used as a distraction.
Yes.
White will win the game on the queen side, if white wins the game here.
Yeah.
But uses the h-pawn as a distraction to make sure the king has to remain close, and while this king takes all those pawns. I mean, roughly. But and maybe that's just how black has to play, just to sit and wait. We have a few more moves. g4 played.
Okay.
Okay.
What did we say?
We thought e5 was a move now. Is bishop e4 an issue, maybe? But even knight a5, yeah, it's not an issue at all.
Check.
No. So does he want to play f5 in this case? Because again, I think this is just
Draw.
draw
Mm.
on the spot, more or less.
If I play h3 against...
Here h3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to keep some play
Yes.
position.
Yeah, and in this kind of positions, h6 might be a little bit soft sometimes. With the knight coming to f5, I mean, not right now, but in the future.
Yeah.
Aha. So g4, e5 played. So we're expecting h3 maybe, right?
Yeah. So how is he doing time-wise?
At almost 13 minutes for the same amount of moves, 13. So decent.
Mm.
And 31 minutes for Magnus, so he's comfortable time-wise and position-wise.
Mm.
Yeah, and I had a look at Magnus's game with Woodward yesterday. That was a really good game.
Mm.
That was really. I mean, I had a look with the engine just to confirm a little bit, see whether our analysis made any sense. And it was a really good game.
Mm.
It's really delivered there. And speaking of Andy, I see a king on g4.
Yes. Attacking.
So after f5, g takes f en passant, rook takes f6. He went to g4.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arjun is always doesn't really shy away from scary.
Okay. Can we find a win, do you think?
Well, we are sure there is one, right?
Yes.
I'm 100% sure that this is winning for black. But yeah, just to he didn't go to g3 because he didn't like d5. That's clear. After e5, knight takes e5. That was just crushing. So he goes to g4 instead. I think we didn't even look at it in this specific position, right? A move like e5? Because I don't even feel like sacrificing anything.
No.
There's no need, right? Bishop g5. Yeah, you win material, but in this case, yeah, I'm not that unhappy with the resulting position, to say the least. King has to go to g3, I think. Then knight e2, knight f4. Beautiful, these knights. Yeah, technically this is still a sacrifice. I have to admit, but it doesn't really feel like black is down material here.
We have
technically, black isn't.
We are not down.
Yeah.
2 points for an exchange.
No, this must be very good. Could be other ways as well.
Yeah.
The one thing that does, but could complicate matters a little bit, is that Andy has 10 minutes.
Yeah.
For 17 moves. So that's, I mean, right now it's not yet that scary. And we know his skills low on time, but I like e5.
I'm looking at Abdusattarov. I don't. Is he winning a pawn or not?
Let's see. Let's see, because that could turn things around. So we left that somewhere here. Bishop f3, bishop g4, bishop c6, b4. Okay, a b. Aha, if bishop takes b4, bishop b6 was planned,
Yeah.
and then the f2 pawn is lost, cannot be protected.
So he played.
That's why he played f3. And I think the problem with this one is that after bishop e6,
Yes, bishop
b4, there's bishop g3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there still a way to have bishop c3? I think king e7, but or king g6. I think also.
A5.
What?
If you in that case you could.
In which position?
You can play bishop a5.
Bishop e5, because if it's bishop take.
Oh, bishop a5 here.
Yeah, but you can move.
Yeah, then we'll do something like king, maybe e7,
King e7.
king g6.
But then we have maybe bishop there.
Yeah, I thought f6.
And then check. E8.
Yeah.
The king e7, and we have
King 7. Yeah, king 7 is
the
decent
way.
enough. No, I think Jordan has it under control.
Yeah.
Unless we're
we go
greatly
to
mistaken.
we go to the Erwin game again. We have to see.
Yeah, because there, I mean, that's really heating up.
He's going down.
Oh, heating up is an understatement.
Yeah.
There's a king on g4.
The clock is ticking.
Yeah, 8 minutes. Yeah, he is not playing this fast. Yeah, I really like e5. It's, to me, it's a very clear-cut move. But he's played it, I think. Yeah, he's played it. He just now played it.
You cannot allow a knight to land on e5.
Yeah, I think after d5, it's just, I mean, these squares are so beautiful now. That's just positionally.
Yeah.
While, yeah, bishop g5, I think he's happily gonna give the exchange. Take on d4, take on f6. And yeah, here he could spend some time, because here there could be even something better than what we looked at. Maybe start rook b2, or I mean, this must be just busted. Probably h6 is also very good. Just
closing
everything. Yeah, Arjun will be trying to look for a way to
not lose.
Make it hard for because the problem with bishop g5 is also that after knight takes d4, bishop f6, knight f6. This is not a difficult position for black.
No,
it's a very easy position to play. h6, rook b2, beautiful squares. So that's something he'll be. I mean, he will look for an alternative. I don't know if there is one after d5. Yeah, d5. Yeah, it's probably the only.
Because now it's hanging on a.
The only realistic alternative. Yeah, just knight c5 or. And just want to go rook f8 next.
Yeah.
And this knight will probably end up here at some point. Yeah, it's a pawn and it's positional compensation.
And the queen on
of winning nature.
King on g4 is of course catastrophe.
Yes, the king on g4 is... But it is there because, earlier on, it just didn't work out. And he found that very strong move, knight a5. And I think from here on out, we are sure that it's just terrible. Yeah, just an opening disaster, essentially, what happened here. And yeah, I'd be surprised if Andy doesn't convert, but 8 minutes is not much.
No.
I mean, if Arjun manages to dig in and find some kind of defense, which of course objectively should lose, but which poses some problems, then given the time situation, it could still get interesting. Yeah, and Jordan, he has the bishop on g3, bishop a5 has been played. I don't think we will see a bishop blunder.
No. So king e7, I think.
Yeah.
Or you want to go to...
Yeah, I don't see any issue with king g6 or king g7. I think that's equally good. After bishop d8, there's f6. Can give a check, maybe bishop f5 or king g7, and then h4 will drop, and it's just 2 against 2.
So this will end in a draw.
Yeah, our four-way tie, our dream final is
not going to
happen. And the three-way tie, is that still on? Ef king f4, Magnus, and knight e5. This is the current position. So if I try bishop f5 now, because if you take it, then king f5, f6 is hanging.
Have to play king e7.
King e7, maybe knight e4, knight c4. Maybe even this is not, but it does look scary. This one. Yeah, this looks very scary. Yeah, knight b2, knight g8 is probably just lost.
Is a pawn down at least.
Yeah, just a pawn, and the pawns are already advancing. So this is bad. Okay, so bishop f5. Does black avoid that exchange?
Yeah.
Or?
So you will play bishop b7, I say.
Yeah, bishop b7. Yeah, a little bit stuck here, right? Yeah, still it's Magnus pressing here. He has played bishop f5, by the way. But it's still not enough. It's still nothing. Edogmus
is defending well.
He's defending very well. He's not making any mistakes. Yeah, it's amazing how his play is already so mature.
Yeah.
I mean, a 14-year-old talent, you expect him, okay, calculation is probably very good, technical ability probably very good, but he plays just very mature chess. Yeah, bishop b7 played as well. Yeah, I think he's doing good things at Dogmus.
We take a quick look at Grandelius.
Ah, yes.
Because he found a way to play.
Okay, a lot of things happened. So knight f8, AB, AB, CB, CB, queen e3. Aha, so his idea is that after queen e3, FE, the knight can no longer come to d4 and b5 is weak. So queen b8 was played, still with the idea of bringing the knight over. Knight d5. So he tried your idea in a slightly different version. Yeah, I'm not really liking it, to be honest. Taking knight g6 because it's similar to what we saw, right? Rook c1, knight e7. So the pawn is attacked and knight f5 is threatened. This is a huge positional threat. I think if the knight lands on d4, I think it's not even exaggerated to say that white is sort of lost positionally.
Yeah, okay, so I've played bishop.
So bishop e4
Yeah.
is an absolute must. And now f5 was played.
Then we'll go back again.
And bishop f3.
Yeah, and the knight will not
Exactly.
land on f5.
Yeah. Nevertheless, I think black is not doing bad at all here.
No. Should black try to exchange a rook somehow?
With rook c8 or something. Yeah, I was trying to make something work with
Okay.
e4 or f4, trying to play it very ambitiously.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't know if it works. Something like e4, fe, knight g6, trying to secure a knight to the square e5. But I'm not. Maybe it's just not so. She played queen a7, in fact. And rook c3 from Niels. And both pretty low on time, but 12 minutes and 14 minutes, but 15 moves to be played.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would take black, I think, given the choice.
So if
I think it's potential for the knight.
Queen a2. I go after.
Queen a2, huh? Oh, to go after the pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe queen c1. Because if the knight d5, there's rook c2 now.
Yeah.
Queen has to abandon the knight.
I could instead of played maybe rook c8.
This looks good. This looks good. Yeah, this looks very nice. I mean, maybe you can still take and go queen d1.
But
because if the knight d5, rook a1 is there, so you still cannot take on d5, I think, but it's not a happy position.
No.
Maybe rook c3 or just entering.
So when can we play rook c6, sacrificing exchange? Never.
I'm not sure. Well, I mean, let's say if you were play rook c6, knight c6, d takes c6. I mean, of course, here it's really not possible.
Because you have e4.
But imagine you just get bishop d5 there as well, and the queen stay on, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's not the most likely thing to
it's
work. I think
so
it's a dream. It's a dream. But we got a dream. Aha, she just took on e3 and played rook fc8. Yeah, also very fine.
Yeah.
Very fine. Yeah, I think at this point, Zushiner is just playing it very, very safe, very fine.
Yeah.
Going to be hard for Niels to
win this game.
To take himself from last place with a win here.
Yeah.
And we have seen some moves in the game of Irigaisi. d5 was played after e5. 94 immediately. Yeah, also very nice. King g3, knight c5, king h2, knight c2. Oh, this is...
So the king was running.
This is a very bad position.
What about the time?
Andy has 5 minutes, 39 seconds,
Yeah.
and Arjun has about 20 minutes.
And I still have how many moves do I have to play?
14.
Okay.
But Black's position is very stable, I think.
Mm.
So with his last move, he wants to just, take the bishop. So bishop takes c5, I think. It's already played. Oh, d takes c5. Was that necessary? Oh, this I find a pity somehow.
Rook C3.
Oh, so maybe.
Mm.
Could it be that he missed that? Because this is really a pity. I mean, obviously black is still better, maybe much better, but so we had this position, king h2. I mean, rook f8, for instance, it's positionally just completely winning positionally. And he thought, let me go knight c2. I'll attack the rook. I attack the knight. So if the rook c3, knight e3, white is stuck with this horrible bishop, and I'll go rook f8, and it's game over. But after bishop takes c5, he probably thought queen takes c5 is good. And still, the same applies. The knight will come back to d4, and the bishop on g2 is no match for the knight. But rook c3, queen f2, and I guess rook f1, right? I think this is the issue, right? And he may have missed something like this from
because there is
from far.
rook c8 is also a move that can come.
Yeah. I mean, let's say we move the queen to where? To e2? This could even be dangerous. Rook takes f6, gf, and I mean queen e6. Rook c6. Yeah, this could even be losing suddenly. Yeah, so I think knight c2 is perhaps a very serious mistake. Because the structural change is it's really to white's advantage, and suddenly also the knight to c2, knight to c2 is a bit out. Rook can now maybe switch to g3. Obviously, still very good for black, but this is really the break that Arjun needed. I think definitely knight c2 is not. I mean, rook f8. I'm pretty sure that was a better move. Or many other moves, in fact, in this position. A5, a5, a4. Knight c2, bishop c5. dc is the current position. So do we expect him to swing the rook over? Maybe rook g3 or rooks. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably try rook g3. Because rook f2, we don't really fear that, because queen e6 check. If queen f7, the e5 pawn is hanging. Otherwise, maybe d6 comes, h6. Just
trying to do
something, yeah.
Yes.
And it even starts to look like something now. This is the best position he had the whole game, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe by far, even. I think Arjun fans are getting hope again now. Still a very ugly position, but he's in the game for sure.
Draw agreed between Abdul Sattar
That
and
was
Van
not
Forest.
a giant surprise.
At the moment he won a pawn, it was also agreed a draw.
Let us see. Pawn was blundered, but then they decided to immediately
Yeah.
agree draw. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well played game, I think,
Mm.
from both. Interesting moment only in the early.
This rook b5 was the first.
Yeah, this rook b5 moment, and yeah, e5, a6. There were some options here.
Mm.
The way it happened, yeah, things just got liquidated, and yeah, nothing really remained.
Mm.
So I think pretty correct game.
Okay, Carlsen and Erdogmus.
Okay, so we saw bishop f5, bishop b7, and now bishop c2, and bishop g2. Time not really playing a big role here, because there are just 8 more moves to be played.
Yeah.
And he has 5 minutes 19, I think it was.
Okay, the pawn is hanging. You cannot allow him to take it.
Yes. But h4 is also not a very...
So I have to go back with the king, maybe.
Yeah, king g3, and then he'll just go back to b7, I think.
So now I want to have my knight on f5.
Knight f1, maybe.
Yeah.
But knight c4 is
And that is a threat, immediate threat.
We'll have some issues.
Because I cannot even play knight d3.
And he actually played a little bit more active. He went back to d5. Yeah, feels a little bit more more precise. Could he maybe play with the idea of going king h4?
Yeah, I thought the same. But can I then play?
Let's try it.
Let's say I go back with the bishop.
And then we give
I
it
want
check.
to go to a g2 with bishop.
You know, I wanted to do some self-made.
Okay.
Because after king e7, I thought knight g3 to f5 could be nice.
Yes.
But unfortunately, that runs into mate. Yeah, it's always possible to
construct.
Always possible to lose.
Okay, we go back to.
Yeah, I don't think much is happening in the game of Magnus.
No.
And especially given the change in dynamic in this game, because if Arjun survives it, he's suddenly very likely to win it outright. Because first of all, Abduzatorov, we already know he made a draw. He's not joining the leaders, and Magnus is far from winning the endgame. So rook c3 is what he played. So he didn't go to g3, he went to c3. Rook takes f2. Do we expect a check on e6? I think
it's a bit tricky.
I think it's a little bit tricky now.
King h8, you want to play h?
Yeah, I just don't...
Do you want to play h6 or what?
Yeah, also d6 I thought was an interesting, because e5 will be hanging. Yeah, I think d6 actually. Yeah, this has really gone away from Andy a little bit, I think, this game. So which move has Arjun? He played rook c1. Okay. Ooh, also a nasty move. His idea is that after, let's say, knight d4, he plays rook takes c5, and he immediately eyes c8 as well. Yeah, this game is changing rapidly. I mean, just imagine a couple of moves ago, we had this on the board.
Completely lost.
We had a king on g4, and now this was move 23. 6 moves later, it's like this. And rook c5 is about to be played. I mean, at this point, I think all 3 results are back on the table again. Yeah, he took on c5. Yeah, and Andy, he will really be kicking himself if this goes wrong, because that was such a beautiful position that he had.
Yeah.
I mean, probably he's still on the good side of things, but I mean, Arjun is doing a great job of getting counterplay here.
He's down under 4 minutes. And how many more moves?
Yeah, he has still 11 more moves to make.
Oop.
With just 3.5 minutes. So queen e7 perhaps? Is that the... Trying to bring it over to g5 sometimes. And if rook c8, maybe rook f8. But we're already on the defensive a little bit here. Let's say rook b8, rook b8, rook c8, rook c8. It's all forced, I think. Queen c8. And this d pawn is very strong. I think the d pawn will give enough counterplay here to hold. He goes to d6 instead, so he doesn't go to e7. He goes to d6. Yeah, perhaps it's slightly more precise. Still rook c8 looks interesting.
We tried.
Yeah.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. I guess rook... Well, I don't know actually.
Can go back, or yeah, we can play rook f8.
Yeah, rook f8. And rook c8 has been played.
So if we take and play rook c8, it should be enough.
So it takes... Maybe queen... Yeah, queen takes, maybe queen d7, eh? Something like this. Preparing to enter. So rook takes, rook c8.
Yeah.
Maybe king f7. It's still a beautiful knight, of course. Just a little bit less beautiful than before.
Yeah, because it's rather alone.
Yes, yes. We have more moves. Oh, a lot, in fact. Queen d6, rook c8, rook takes, rook... something went wrong.
Something went wrong, yeah.
Okay, I'll refresh my board.
Yeah, I took on c8 and rook f8.
And I got when I refreshed the board, I got a nice pop-up from chess.com saying I logged in 7 days in a row. That is nice to
know.
So rook c8, rook f8. Yeah, he's still pushing, of course. There's definitely still potential for black here. I mean, if we take the rooks and the queens off, then the endgame is completely winning. So let's just try to do that in a very weird way. Like an endgame like this is completely lost. Completely lost. Knight will go to d6, pawn will go to a5, and it will play itself. But of course, Arjun is not gonna comply. I mean, the rooks might come off, but I think the queens will not. So let's say we take. Queen takes.
Yeah. Sorry, some queen f4.
Queen f4. Yeah, yeah. I'm wondering, can I play here? Because it's of course a check, but I thought maybe just king h3. Let's say.
So you should start with 92 maybe without giving the check.
Without. Okay.
To threaten.
Yeah, but then queen e6 and queen e5.
Then you take. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So I could play h6 maybe to have a square for the
h6,
king.
but okay, d6.
I give this check with a queen.
Yeah, king h3. Because I'm also hoping for such perpetual type of ideas.
Yeah. Queen g5.
Queen g5. But queen e8. d7. I mean, it's a serious pawn.
Yeah.
No,
he's not winning in this position.
He really managed, I think. I mean, we should know that king f8 is also a move. Instead of queen takes f8. Not allowing the queen to d7, but of course this allows a check on c8. It's also not entirely clear. So Arjun is taking his time a bit. Should we move to the Carlsen game, perhaps? So after bishop d5, he played king f4, bishop g2 was played, so they repeated. And then h4, king e7. And b3. So the upside of b3 is that you no longer have to worry about this knight c4 things. Very often that was quite annoying when we were moving the knight, that knight c4 would attack both of these pawns. Of course, you could argue that the pawn is not placed on the right square, it's on the square of the bishop, but it's I guess that's of less importance at this point.
So I play bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5 back. Maybe knight f1.
Yeah, you come to e3, but so bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6, knight e3.
And then we wait.
Still a bit.
Yeah.
Still a bit interesting.
Okay, play king f7. I don't know if I should ever play a5 or not.
Yeah, I was thinking if a5, if white can play knight f5.
Then you can come with a king later on, maybe.
And then to take it. And try to push g5 to destabilize the knight on e5. But maybe you have knight f3. And that just ruins everything.
Yes.
h4 hanging, knight d4. Yeah, that's just... Yeah, so b3. We're expecting bishop d5, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, at Dogmoose, 1 minute 42.
Mm. Move.
Move 36 he's about to make.
Mm.
So 5 more moves to make.
Mm.
Bishop h3.
Attacking the pawn.
A very concrete way of playing.
Could play g5 if he wants.
Yeah, but I guess he just doesn't really fear this position. I mean, the threat is to take. And knight e4 check.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you play a5, then actually win a piece here.
So knight g5.
Because king e6 is check.
Yeah.
But after a move like bishop f5, let's say, you have to just go back, right? Because king g3 is threatening to win a piece.
He wants to go back.
So he just wants to go back, huh? Which is fine, of course. Bishop e4. But you could take it, give it check, king back to g3. It's just too small at this point, right? The only thing that that makes it a little bit interesting at this point is that he has such little time.
Yes.
So if Magnus manages to pose some kind of problem, then
maybe
then it could be the start of something. Yeah. Let's see the leader.
Yeah.
He played
Queen
e3. Unfortunately, not on my screen yet, but I'll refresh. Yeah, so he didn't go for those rook takes f8 things. He went queen c3. And now queen f6. Okay. Yeah, I would think taking on f8 makes sense.
Yeah.
And then to try and set this d pawn. It has been played. Rook f8, queen f8, maybe queen c7 now. It's very similar to the line we saw earlier. Then we had the queen on d7, I think. Yeah, queen c7 played, queen f4 played. And h3 looks, yeah, king h3 played as well. So the upside of having, for black, that is, for having the queen, that after your h6 move, we had this queen e8. But I'm not sure it's enough to make this suddenly very promising. Hard to say. Could you play something like g5 here? Queen e3. Okay, queen e3 played.
To give some checks maybe before.
To reach move 40.
Yeah.
It's very reasonable. He'll go back to f4.
Which he did.
Which he did. That's a good strategy.
Yeah.
But I am wondering about the G5 move here. How is that?
Threatening mate in 1.
Threatening mate in 1. Is that? It's not a perpetual, right? I mean, you let's say you give a check, and the king goes up, right, and starts to take here. And I thought that after HG, maybe there would be some queen H6, and then queen G6, and well, interesting. That's the position they have. Of course, H6 also a move because this perpetual isn't there. But I would think something like queen D8, queen E8 maybe, and the D pawn. Is there any other idea? Yeah, I like this G5 move. I just like the look of it. Oh, he played it. Played it. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, the threat is clear. Mate in 1.
Yeah, normally
it makes you wonder, by the way. He could also have dropped to H1 or not. Perhaps. Queen H4, King G1, 92, King F1. I don't think it's leading to mate, right? This one.
I could pick up the pawn on H5.
Yes, but I assume that you mean like this. But I assume that the D pawn will maybe some checks first. I'd even immediate just checks and E5. Yeah, this.
I thought maybe directly with the knight on D4 still.
Ah, sorry. To play which move? To play queen takes H5 here.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, after King H3, G5, HG has been played. Well, also even HG is a move. Okay, it's risky, of course, because you might be afraid of getting mated, but it's also posing serious questions. But Queen H6 has been played. King G3.
Can again repeat once more if he wants. Queen F4 and then back again.
Yes, yeah, I think that's what he'll do.
Yeah.
It's the professional thing to do.
Yeah.
Take an extra minute and then see what's up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this game is still continuing. But this G5 shot suddenly changed everything. Yeah. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. Yeah, Queen F4 played. And King H3 will be blitzed out. Move 40 reached. And Andy will start
thinking.
Which is, he'll get half an hour.
Okay, we take a look at.
But he did good things because, to be honest, I thought the game was already getting completely out of control for him. Somewhere around, I mean, if we just go back to this position again, I cannot help but I mean, it's so beautiful. And even if we go back a few more moves where the king was still on G4, I mean, it was so winning. It was so winning, and then eventually to reach this position, I mean, many people would just collapse in such instance, but he managed to keep control. And more than that, he's even very much in control still.
Why did he play Queen C3? I don't understand why you.
Yeah, Queen C3 was a bit old, right?
Yeah. Why?
You mean here to play Queen C3? Yeah, no, we were expecting just to take, huh? And if Queen F8, then Queen E7, yeah. Because now at least the same line. Maybe it's similar though. No, of course we didn't miss it. We didn't see this G5 idea. It's scary maybe in any case.
Mm. So maybe the king should not be on h3.
Yeah, that would be that's another question.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that it should be on
Yeah,
h1 and so this was one of the other questions, right? That we had. Which also, it doesn't look like white is mated here. Can pick up a pawn, maybe even this one, but d pawn will always be there to give some counterplay. All right. Andy, of course, in deep thought here.
Yeah.
He will definitely take a moment. Should we quickly see what Niels is doing?
Yeah, can also see what Magnus is doing because it changed a little.
Yeah, it changed it. Okay, then we'll just say that Niels is probably not better.
No.
And likely headed for a draw.
Yeah.
And we see an exchange of the bishop. So after b3, bishop h3, bishop f5 was played, bishop g2, knight e4, bishop takes e4. Last move by Edogmus was played with 12 seconds on the clock.
And how many moves?
And he needs to make 2 more.
How do you take back with a...
I would, yeah, not even very sure.
No.
I mean, I think both moves maybe don't bring the desired result.
It's not a forced draw with one of these moves.
No.
No, I agree.
Let's say if you take with a bishop, then
king e6.
King e6, right?
Yeah.
It would be very nice for black, I think, to bring the knight to e7, because then you're covering all of these squares. But it's not so easy to do with the bishop on e4. But something to keep in mind. Let's say if white makes a waiting move like bishop c2, and I mean I think this is just fortress. There's just absolutely nothing to do. You just wait. Put the king on d6 and just go back and forth. And Magnus can also take with the king. And after king d6, yeah, I don't see how to stop that plan of knight e6, knight e7. Yeah, he took with the bishop. Just to make sure the knight isn't... But after king e6, yeah, how to... Two more moves to make. 20 seconds for Edogmus. Knight f7. Knight f7. That's another way of doing it. So he wants to bring the knight to d6 instead. It's slightly less secure because you don't control the d5 square.
Yes.
So with the knight on d6, you're also controlling almost everything, except for the d5 square. And that could be
but it was
useful.
The king will fix.
The king should be able to fix that, yeah.
And of course, we cannot enter with king f5 because there will be a check.
But let's say you go, just for argument's sake, bishop h7, knight d6, king here, king e6, king e4. I know I'm blundering a pawn, but now you could, if the pawn would be on a4, you could give a check on g8, go king d5, and then you could try to enter, perhaps. I think with the knight on e7, it's slightly more secure. Because there's just no break whatsoever. There's nothing to do. Then again, the knight might still go to e7 from d6. So there's not... So move 40 for Magnus now. And of course, king f5, king g6 would be desirable if not for the check.
Yeah. Can we predict the draw in this game?
It's the most likely result
Yeah.
at this point.
Because
It has
that-
been for a while, but I'm with Magnus. You can never really be sure, right?
But then, if this is a draw, the only way to get a tiebreak is if Andy Woodward wins.
Yes,
This
but
game.
that's very much possible.
Yeah,
again.
yes, yes.
Should we try to just find it?
The win, yes.
I mean, assuming there
is one.
there is one.
So Stefan kept looking at the boards.
Yeah, Magnus is keeping an eye, of course, on
this.
things because it may very well be that a draw is fine for him.
Yeah. And for Erogmus.
And for Erogmus,
because he will also be
a
involved.
three-way tie.
Yeah.
I think Magnus and Erogmus wouldn't mind that.
No.
They would have signed for that at the start of the
Yeah.
round.
And I know Erigas, he has lost at least one tiebreak before, I think, because he has never won this tournament.
Yeah, that would be.
Tiebreak to Abyssal
Yeah, 2 years ago.
Yes, he lost the tiebreak to Abyssal
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Exactly. We could also take a small.
It was a three-way.
Yeah, with Petr Schwedler was also involved in this tiebreak.
Yeah. We could take a small break at this
Yeah.
point, just to
Yeah.
refill some teas and waters and things like
Yeah.
that.
Because it's slowing down a little.
And we just passed the time control,
Yeah.
and then we'll be back in a couple of minutes
Yeah.
for the exciting finish of the Tepe Sigeman chess tournament.
Yes. Okay, so we are back following the last round of the Tepe Sigeman tournament. And it's not yet decided who will win.
No, because we have some breaking news. Andy Woodward seems to be
Winning. Yeah.
And it's very beautiful actually how he's winning. So we left it before the break at this exact position. And he gave a check now.
Yeah.
And after king g3, he took on g6. And the king has no good square, essentially. So after king f2, this position wouldn't be so bad for white if not for queen f7, which forces the queens off. And this endgame is completely lost. We actually spoke about it a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
That these endgames with those pass pawns on the h file, knight versus bishop, it's completely lost. So white after king g6 cannot go to the f file. Same goes for h3, because then black plays queen h6, king g3, and queen g7, again forcing the trade of queens. So that leaves only one option, in fact, after queen g6 check, and that's to go to h2. This is what Arjun played. And now queen h6 check and king g1. And this is the moment.
Yeah.
This is the moment. Because Andy would love to take the queens off. And there is a very beautiful way to do it. I think he's just double checking it right now. Because there is of course the check. Queen e3 check looks very attractive. Looks like a very good option. There's knight e2 check, though that's probably less attractive. But black also has the amazing move queen to c1, and that's probably going to be the decisive move. We are expecting Andy to go for this because after queen takes c1, knight e2 check. Once again, the queens come off. King f2, knight takes c1. And even though the knight is a little bit less beautiful on c1 than on d4, I don't think it makes much of a difference. Still, a7 and h7 will decide. D pawn is not really going anywhere. King is close enough, so probably black will just bring the knight back over the next few moves. Maybe bring it to d6, and it's just tactically winning and also very easy, in fact. So that means if we just go back to the Carlsen game, which we expect to end in a draw, because it just isn't much that white can do here, that we have a three-way tie.
Yes.
A three-way tie is in fact the overwhelmingly most likely scenario at this point.
Yeah.
So we'll be here for a while.
Yes.
We'll be here for a while. That's the conclusion. And we are waiting for Andy currently to play that move queen c1.
Can I miss it?
Of course, it's possible to miss it, but I think Andy is not missing it.
No.
He is not the type of person to miss queen c1, I think.
No.
I mean, what makes a lot of sense is that you just make sure in this position that there isn't any funny business going on. That somehow the knight gets trapped, or because bishop f1, bishop c4, that the knight is suddenly not going anywhere. Of course, there's knight b3, so there's no issue at all. But still, then after d6, you threaten to give a check here, and then you see, oh, but it's also not a problem because the king just moves. And like this, he slowly gets to the conclusion that queen c1 is just winning. I mean, it's possible to get distracted with other moves like queen e3, but I think once you see queen e3, king h2, that there's no direct continuation here. He played it. Yeah, he played it. Queen c1. He spent 11 minutes, I think, just making sure. And we can expect an instant response because there's no other move besides queen takes c1.
Resign is the alternative.
Resign is the only other, but it would be a bit early.
Yeah. It wasn't resign.
Yes, so we're gonna see queen c1, knight e2. Probably king f3. king f2 the most likely candidate, I think, here. King h2 feels a bit far away from the a pawn.
Yeah.
And then the only question really remains, can Magnus squeeze something out of this?
Because then he wins outright.
Then he wins outright.
Yeah. Or if black should win, for example.
Yes. Yeah, not very likely, of course.
No.
But
The knight is headed for. No, it can't be 7.
yeah, you mean knight c8, knight e7.
Mm.
Of course, you have to then reckon with king f5, king
sacrificing.
f6. Yeah, but which move to make even here?
Mm.
Just don't see any ideas. Because yeah, if you wanna, so we mentioned that this d5 square is available, right, for the king. So
king.
ideally, I'm just gonna make a few moves now without paying much attention to. I mean, such a thing would be this. This could be tricky because now the king is going to enter either on c6 or on e6 by giving a check on f5 or on b5. This could get tricky.
It probably wins.
It probably wins, yeah. So for this exact reason, I like the knight on e7. So then there's just never any. You don't even have to think anymore. There's just nothing's going to happen. And I think his last move, king d7. If white now plays king e3, he's planning to bring the knight to e7. I think that's why he just moved his king from e7 to d7. Just to put the knight on e7. Because then there's really nothing to think about anymore. A position like even like this, let's say. Yeah, I like to draw this barrier where there's just absolutely nothing to. You can go to b5, but yeah, nothing. It's not going any further. The knight will just move back and forth.
So should you take a draw with white to be fresh to the tiebreak, or should you sit and play this ending, hoping for a...
Well, I think it's a matter of if Magnus still has
some idea
of how to win this. He feels there are still some tricks, still some. Then he will definitely play.
Yeah,
he will not hesitate. Also, he might feel like just sticking around there while the other game is still ongoing.
Yeah.
It's a psychological thing, perhaps. Yeah, but I mean, we could try, of course, to hold this one, but I think it's just.
I don't even know what should happen to be able to hold it, actually.
Yeah, I would just play it very slow with black. Probably just bring the knight to d6 before pushing the a and the h pawn. Well, of course, he will have to show some technique, but.
And of course, he took 15 minutes of his last half an hour.
Yeah, he did spend some time
yes.
on all of this, but yeah, normally speaking, he won't need that much time for the remainder of the game.
Shall we take a quick look at Grandelius against...
True, you would almost...
Because I'm still playing, actually.
Yeah, you'd almost forget, apologies, with all the tension around the fight for first place. It's easy to forget, but Niels is about to push his pawn to h4, I think. So, for instance, after rook d5, he wants to play h4, which is almost checkmate, but the only legal move also prevents the checkmate, and yeah, this should end in a draw.
That's a very long game as well.
Yeah, I don't think he will manage to reach rook bishop rook, because I mean rook a7, you can, for instance, play e4, and then you have rook g5 check after rook g7. So I think you won't really manage the
It would be terrible. I don't know if you wait with the tie break until this game is
For the round that the tiebreak will commence half an hour after the last game.
of the round.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
about 11:30.
This is the marathon game.
Yeah.
I doubt it's going to be a marathon
Yeah.
game though. I really don't think it will be. So yeah, just to inform the people at home, the tiebreak, if there will be one, we assume there is, but I'm not 100% sure yet. It will start half an hour after the last game is finished.
Yeah. And it's played in blitz format with
Yes.
3 minutes and 2 seconds. And depending 3 players, I don't know, I think it's a tournament they're playing against.
Yeah, and we will of course come back with all the detail,
Yeah.
who plays who, which color, etc. But for now, this is enough. And Zushin actually just played even G6, so it's not even allowing this transformation of rook and 3 pawns versus rook and bishop. She just wants to play king h6 and then, well, take one of the pawn. Does look very simple and good as well. Yeah, she's not even on the bad side here, right?
No.
If anyone is better, it's probably black. But I guess it's just a draw. How would you defend though the d pawn?
Yeah, exactly.
I really like the move g6.
Yeah, how do I defend the pawn?
Yeah, it might of course become a marathon game, but not in the way we had envisioned it.
No. Could be a rook ending a pawn down, or something like this.
Yeah, no, she's simply better. I mean, it might be objectively equal, but she's on the good side for sure. D5 is weak. You can push the e pawn. Rook d2 is an idea. I still think draw is overwhelming favorite here, but if anyone is better, it's black. And Dogmus is going to place his knight on e7. So b4 was played and knight to c8. Yeah, king f5, knight e7, king takes f6, knight takes d5 is probably the way to lose it. I don't think that the pawns here are gonna be enough. Just knight e3. Well, many moves probably. So that means that on the next move the knight will be on e7, and that's just a fortress. And I think the game might well end once the knight lands there, because there's just no idea left, I think. Is there still an idea left?
No, not in this game.
Not in this game.
Not in this game. There has not been an idea for a long time, I think. This will be a draw for sure.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it doesn't. And we have a move, king e4. Okay, can I try one thing then?
Yeah.
97, yeah?
Yeah.
King d4. King d6,
d6.
let's say, bishop e4. So we wait, right?
Yeah.
And I try to enter.
I let you come. I play, yeah, let's say king d6.
Yeah, so I'll go king b5.
I go back.
And I'll go a5.
If I take, you get the c5 square for
Some
king.
Fischer Taimanov vibes.
Yeah. So if I take.
Yeah, then b takes. And now the c5 square is available.
Yeah.
And that's a problem, I think. Because the
Okay,
blockade is broken.
Yeah, but I move my knight.
Knight c8, let's say.
Yeah.
King c5.
Knight back.
Bishop f5 maybe, or bishop. No, I think this is getting tricky now. Maybe here. And if knight c8, then bishop d3, or even maybe already. I can already enter. Yeah.
I want to play king d7.
Yeah, king d7. Then maybe bishop d3. And if king c7, then bishop f5. This is the kind of Zugzwang that
If I take
that
it,
leads to an immediate draw.
Yeah, and I take it because I have the extra tempo.
But it was close, right?
Yes, yeah, it was close.
It was close.
But this is
It
draw.
was close. Not close enough. Let me try something else. Maybe. Yeah, that is a really unfortunate thing. So I'll go bishop f5 here, maybe.
Did you have to go h5 earlier?
Yeah, not really. Maybe. Yeah, I was afraid that here you could play, but actually, yeah, h5 is not a threat. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Why go h5? Yeah, it's maybe very big tempo to.
You save those for later.
Yes. Apologies. Yes. Yeah, and now, okay, the moment the knight moves, the king starts marching in. And so some ideas still. I understand Magnus is still continuing this, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so can we try one more time to really hold it? Because we haven't really... So 97, king d4, king d6, bishop e4. Now we started waiting, right? With king c7.
So what if... Yeah, we start waiting.
Yeah, so king c7, we played king c4, king d6, king b5. No, because earlier I was proclaiming that it's always draw with the knight on e7, but I somehow didn't realize that this position could be a little bit tricky, yeah. Because you get the c5 square. I mean, you could play knight c8 maybe? King a6. It's a fascinating endgame, in fact, yeah. So, let's say we take, go king b8. Now king b5 is knight d6. So the funny thing is that, let's say here, the king is even locked up for now. I still think white is the one pressing. So king a8, maybe bishop e2, king b8, bishop f3. Now the knight has to move. And then we get out, and then we get our access again. Yeah, this game will also continue a little bit.
Could I... No, if I wanted to do something on the other side to exchange some pawns, but f5 we play g.
Yeah, f5, there's no way to exchange pawns, yeah. No, I'm just wondering if, so king, this is the current position, right? After king e4. If black can play a bit more, so let's say 97, king d4. If black can start, for example, with knight g6.
Yeah, provoked.
To force h5.
Would be good.
And then go knight e5. To attack it. And then we probably have to go bishop e4 in order to save the pawn. But king d6, I mean, this is already looking
Mm.
much more, much safer. And we also don't have the tempo anymore now, which I squandered earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Dokbo still has to be a little bit precise.
Mm.
Just has to take care, but I think he will. I mean, he definitely, if we look at him, he definitely doesn't look like someone who's already thinking this game is
No.
lost all interest. He's still
Seems very concentrated.
very focused
Yeah.
and spending time again also.
Mm.
Um,
Okay, Erwin
Eric, I see.
running with his king.
Running up with the king. So we left that one after king e3, played king f7, king d2, knight b3, king c3, knight d4. Yeah, he clearly wants to bring it over to d6. So what if we just keep running? Is it time to start running, or let's say I go h5
King c5.
and a5?
Okay, we have to use our pawn, I guess. Can I play d6?
Yeah, d6. I think h4. I hope I'm not blundering anything.
We will see soon. Bishop, bishop a3.
Bishop h3.
Yeah, I have to come around with the king to c7, but probably you
Yeah.
will win with pawns without a knight.
Yeah, I think just maybe king e8 or I mean, my idea is just to start pushing the pawns, and if here, then check,
Yeah, and then take the pawn.
and then just take it and run
And-
and run.
Yeah.
And
the
they're
problem is
unstoppable.
no time for king d5 either, I think.
King d5. At which point?
Earlier here.
Oh, you mean here?
Mm.
Yeah, king d5. I
Right.
guess you also just run
Yeah.
the pawn down. King e5, a3, and yeah, that's
One tempo down.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
So maybe I should.
Yes.
Could I play it without moving my bishop to h3? No, I cannot.
So king b4, we started with h5, right?
I tried king c5
King
again.
c5, a5,
I played d6 immediately.
d6. Yeah, I thought a4, but in fact a4, king b4,
Yeah.
king e6 is also must also be completely winning. Maybe this is even the easiest because you take. I can even start with knight e2, then knight f4, and just
yeah,
must also be. But yeah, options. King b4, h5, king a5. Yeah, I was thinking that now it will take so much time. So let's say king e7, king a6, then h4, king takes a7, knight e2, king b6, king d6. So you block, and then you start promoting the pawn. I guess we can see if it's how that works. Knight f4, bishop f3, h3. Am I messing this up? Here, I think it should still work. Yeah. Does it? Here, 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 here.
and then it's trapped.
And white wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how you don't do it. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It's always possible.
It's always possible to lose.
Yeah.
So a very valid question, King A5. But let's take it easy.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can improve on this line. I did like the look of it, just to
Yeah.
push the pawn and
It looked winning.
yeah. And King B4 has been played. So currently, just to point that out, this is the position. I mean, I made this move H5. I thought it made sense.
Mhm.
Still think it does. Should we try that long line
Yeah.
one more time? Because
Yes.
it did look like perhaps there could be an improvement somewhere along the way. So King A5. And I put the king on D6 because I thought that if we play H4 immediately, King A6, Knight E2, King A7, Knight F4, Bishop H1, H3, let's say, King B7, Knight E2, King C7, Knight G3, Bishop F3, H2, that the D pawn will be.
Mm.
Another way to lose it, by the way.
Or the king should be on D6.
Yeah, yeah, right. So
Yeah.
so let's say King E7 is normal.
Yeah.
King A6. I think King D6 also
Yeah.
perfectly, and or H4
Mm.
and Knight E2, and now King D6. This is all normal, I think.
Mm.
King B5. Okay, and here things started to get a bit weird. So what if we go Knight G1?
Maybe you can go King C5 rather than to
King C5. Yeah, but so you wanted to go King D6? King A7?
yeah, no,
We have a minor delay in the, yeah?
um, um, King C5 now.
Yeah, but I'm afraid to give up the, so King B7? I'm afraid the king will. Well, let's try it one more time. So King A6. Yeah, but I think that will not really improve the line. So H4, King takes A7, Knight E2, King B6, King D6,
Six.
King B5. So I was just wondering, how is Knight G1 here? King C4, H3, Bishop H1 only move. I'm doing the same thing as earlier, right?
Yeah.
Again, I wanted to get my. No, it's still the same, yeah.
Should we?
Can probably still make a draw with Knight H5, but that's not really.
Could we try to get the knight to F2? In another.
Yeah, it's remarkable how difficult this still is. At least for us here.
Yeah.
So, just from the start again. Is there some way we can win time in this race? Because to be honest, I thought this takes so long to take the pawn that we must be able to queen it and win, while also making sure that the d pawn isn't going anywhere. But apparently, it's not that simple. I mean, I'm sure engine will scream that it's completely winning, but there are still some tricks. Yeah, so knight e2. Let's say king a5. Knight f4 or bishop f3.
I have to start with h5.
Yeah, but I don't think we won any time now compared to the previous line. So yeah, I think this will lead to the same thing.
Yeah, if we start moving the king. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you have to block it because otherwise, yeah, we'll just knight d3, king b7.
This could end in a disaster.
Yeah, now d6 is already becoming a threat probably. Yeah, we haven't won time yet, so it's
The same temp if we move in the king, go king e7 into knight 3, it's the same line as before.
yeah, I think it's exact same. I think we've been here, yeah. King.
F2 doesn't
Yeah, maybe. Well, I think maybe this is slightly slower because the knight. We'll need to move the knight again. I think on f2 was slightly faster, but nevertheless, yeah, the king comes back and traps the knight on h1.
Yeah, but the king doesn't have access to d3 when the knight's in f2.
Yes, that is true. So you mean knight d3, king c4, knight f2, something like this. King c3.
It's the same.
The same, huh? h3, king d2, h2, king e3. I'm gonna have nightmares about this position. We have a move. He played king e7 immediately. So he immediately goes for the blockade. So imagine we go king a5 now. Where is he gaining that time?
And it takes on a7. Can I play king c7 or something like this as a block?
So king d6, king a6, king c7, king a7, h5.
I don't know if I have.
It looks smart. It looks very smart, yeah.
It looks smart, but
yeah.
Is it? If you check, if you go back.
Yeah, so king a6, h4, king a5, right?
Yeah. Did we win anything?
No, I'm afraid not. No, I'm afraid we didn't win time. No, because we also made a couple of king moves. So we're really struggling here, right? So king f5 was played by Arjun. But it would be an incredible turnaround, by the way, if he saves this.
And wins the tournament.
Because for the moment, we really don't know how to win it, right? I mean, in the break, I mean, we saw that black is winning.
Yes.
Got confirmation of black.
Yes.
We know black is winning here. It also looks winning, I should add. Yeah, any input is welcome at this point, I think.
And I can hear Niels Gardelius laughing outside, so I know the game has finished.
Let's see. It has.
Yeah.
It has ended in a draw.
Yeah.
So after g6, rook a5 was played. Rook d2, bishop f3, knight d4, bishop d2, and a repetition.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's
fair.
That's fair. It's fair. I mean, she definitely could have tried a bit, maybe with e4, rook, but yeah, not.
We can also take a look at Carlsen game because there was f5 suddenly played.
Okay, that's big. Let's see that. f5 was played, huh? Okay. So the big question is, what about g5? I mean, there's basically no other question, I think. So I guess he takes, right?
Yeah.
There's no other pawn end games are lost because the f pawn is dropping, and white, I guess, is hoping for some bishop f7 g6 type. Perhaps it also allows knight c6, so not entirely clear, but
H5 maybe should be considered.
yeah, h5, then bishop f7
Drops. No, I meant if black HD, then white H5.
yeah, that should, but yeah, but I'm not sure because knight g6 is always there, so this is definitely risking a bit. And can we also not take and go here? Yeah, it's actually lost. Yeah, we did it again. At which point? Sorry. In which moment? In which moment? King e5 here. Knight takes d5. And then f takes g4, and that is also no. We shouldn't keep losing this position. I think that is it's becoming a bit weird now.
So G5,
let's try to
G5 is the normal move. We take it and take back.
Yeah, and we take back. So here, white is definitely still very fine. Is he intending king d6 just?
Bishop f7.
Yeah, and then knight c6. Yeah, such a modern way of playing how he does it. Dogmus. I mean, I would probably see that f5 can be met with g5, and I would probably end the line. But he just continues. It's a very modern way, I think, of playing. Yeah, g5 is the only move, and then takes, and I expect king d6. Oh, a lot of moves in the Arjun game. I think we should go there. So we have our. So we're not that stupid, maybe.
No.
So we got this. So how is this a win then?
Maybe it is not anymore.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. You have just one idea, and that's to queen the pawn.
And white has only one idea.
And one has one idea. The moment you bring the knight in to queen the pawn, the king comes back to f3 to trap it on h1. And Andy, by the way, down to 2 minutes. Arjun might just hold this.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was difficult, right? We
yeah.
Again, in the break we saw that, I mean, black is winning this endgame. But practically speaking, I mean, it may still be winning. I just don't see any ideas. Remarkable save. And this changes everything, by the way.
Yeah, Carlsen must win.
Carlsen is suddenly in a must-win. Yeah, we tried 2 times already. Should we again try to to trap the? I just don't know what to. 92 is the only move, right? Only move to. I mean, the king is perfect on d6. The pawn cannot go further. So 92 is, and then the king comes, and it comes all the way back. Knight f4, bishop f3. What did we do? 93, I think. King c4, knight f2, and just it just doesn't win. Not even close. Actually, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable how this might end this tournament. And he went to c2 instead. Let's see. He went to c2. So we expect king b5 now, I think, because the king needs to run back.
As quick as possible.
And how does he get the h-pawn? To knight e3. We'll get the answer soon. Bishop h3.
Yeah. Can he try to sacrifice on d5?
To sacrifice? I'm
desperate.
Yeah, but interesting. So we just do queen, huh? So how does this work? King b4?
King d4, I guess.
King b3? King d3, king b2. I want to get in front of the pawn. And if king d2, I'm assuming this is a draw. It's close though. I mean, one tempo would have 93. This is the current position. I mean, you could maybe try to prevent it with bishop f3, but at the same time feels a bit odd to let go of the h pawn. Wouldn't surprise me if this also works. h3, king b4, h2, king here, knight g4. Yeah, this also works. Again, this. Yeah, I don't even want to execute the moves anymore.
No.
Yeah, so there's even perhaps multiple moves already. And in Magnus' game,
g5 was played. And it took.
Took and king d6 as we predicted.
Yeah.
And bishop b7. Yeah, so I think he saw that Erdog was planning knight c6 and just didn't want to allow that. So bishop b7. I'm still a little bit afraid with that g-pawn.
Yes.
On the other hand, yeah, there's very little material left. Maybe knight g6 is a move. Yeah, maybe knight g6.
Yeah, bishop c8, just go back.
Just back. Yeah, just back to e7. Forcing the bishop back. And maybe also knight f8, knight e6 sometimes. Yeah, and we might just see the game ending soon between Arjun and Woodward, because Woodward also extremely low on time. So moves are coming in fast. So 93, bishop f3 was played, h3, king b4. 10 seconds for Andy.
Because he knows that he has spoiled it, I guess. You cannot
Yes, there is just no idea left
No.
in the position. There's just nothing to do. Yeah, I think they might just agree fairly quickly now.
Yeah, very disappointing for him not to win this game.
Yes, on the other hand, his opponent will be absolutely
Yeah, we will be
thrilled.
happy.
It was one of the perhaps ugliest games of his career, I think.
Yeah.
But he will not mind. Yeah, so king c3, knight d4, bishop h1. Yeah, and I mean there are plenty of ways to win that bishop, but the knight will always be trapped.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, just it starts to be a bit. But king e3.
What can you do?
What can you do? It's just
it's the
all
only-
the everything.
only-
Everything leads here.
Yeah, only relevant variation.
It's the only relevant
Yeah.
variation.
And of
So-
course, white cannot win, even if we take away the h pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe it will even happen that the king will just run to h. But it also wouldn't surprise me if Andy just offers a draw somewhere, because there's just nothing to do here.
No.
The king is just going to go towards h3. And 5 seconds. Yeah, knight e2 played. King d3 will be played, or king d2. Everything just towards the h pawn. King d2 played. Yeah, and heroic save from Arjun. Knight d4. He offers a draw, and it's taken. Yes, yeah, it's nothing to do.
Incredible.
Incredible game. Absolutely incredible game. Amazing. Yeah, Arjun, you have to beat him a couple of times,
Yes.
it seems. 2 times is not enough. You have
No.
to beat him 3 times, apparently. Unbelievable. Such resilience also, huh? Yeah, very likely this is going to win him the tournament.
Yeah.
We cannot yet declare him the winner.
No.
Because there is still a game ongoing. And that game involves Magnus Carlsen. But he is a giant favorite right now to win the tournament. Outright, that is. Dogmus under 3 minutes though. Has been taking his time.
Yeah. Must be very disappointing for Carlsen to see the result in the other game.
That's a blow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look impressed.
Yeah. That is that must come as a huge blow to him. He was thinking that
I will get a tiebreak.
Arjun is dead lost. So I can try to press a little bit. Maybe I'll even win it outright.
Yeah.
And then suddenly he's in a situation where it's pretty drawish, and he has to win, even to take a tiebreak. So it's an incredible turnaround.
So if he wants to win the Tepe Sigeman tournament, he has to come back.
Yes, there is no other way. No, there's no other way. Which is probably also not such bad news.
No. But maybe he has given up on this.
Because I have seen in the past week that people have been very excited with his participation.
Yeah.
We've also noticed it here in the commentary room and around the hotel. I've never seen this many chess fans here in Malmö. So that was definitely a treat, I think,
Mm.
for everyone involved. Yeah, and he tends to really want to win events.
Mm.
And if he doesn't, yeah, the chances of him returning improve dramatically, I
Yeah.
think. But the game is not over yet.
No.
I'm we're definitely not counted yet. Bishop c8 played. Yeah, I was having some fun calculating knight e6.
Yeah. Also thought
Of course, g6 is probably the move here,
Mm.
but bishop e6, king e6, this pawn endgame. Because you can go king e3, king f7, king e3, king g6, king f4, and now it's a very important moment.
to see.
Now it's a very important moment. One move, I think, wins for black, and the other loses.
I suggest a6.
a6. Yeah, a6. Now, whichever pawn move white makes, let's say b5 comes a5, and now the king has to move and
Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. It's what we call mutual Zugzwang.
Yeah.
If black were to move, black would be losing. If white is to move, white is losing. But we don't really expect knight, or at least this whole sequence to play out. g6 is also possible. And instead of knight e6, also f4 is possible. So there are some alternatives. And even king e5, I think, is also a move. But it
would allow king b5.
Would allow the king to... And Dogmus has 1 minute right now for the rest of the game. Yeah, Magnus has done things like this.
He's shaking his head.
And Dogmus shaking his head, we hear. Knight e6 played. So bishop e6, the pawn endgame is definitely not going to happen. Because that pawn end that we just saw can only be, I think it's just good for black. Maybe just winning, in fact. But I think g6 is going to come. And again, it was a bit of a weird decision, right? To play f5, or not weird, perhaps, but just
not the way.
Not how we were taught back in the day.
No.
But maybe that's old-fashioned.
Yes, you would like to play for a block.
Yes. I mean, I really enjoyed as black to have these pawns on f6 and h6, just this blockade, just don't do anything and just stand. Okay, we saw it was also not that simple if you just stand. But he played f5 and now white has his pass pawn. Knight e6 and g6 is on the board, yeah. And 1 minute for Dogmus. He's really not happy. Shaking his head, yeah, we see panic unfolding in front of our eyes.
What did he do?
King e7 played. He's shaking his head, and he is winning now.
So now Carlson has his chance.
So who knows? Maybe we get a two-way. Unbelievable turnaround. This tournament is...
He's having it all. So what
yes.
do we do? King d5, knight f4, king c6.
I think maybe even multiple ways. Yeah, but that's the thing about a move like f5, that you have to back it up with concrete moves. That's why I think we wouldn't play it, because it's very demanding. Because you give white a passed g pawn, and yeah, if you don't find the correct follow up. So how is it? A king
b5 or d5?
King b5 or d5? I think king b5. So the idea just to pick up these pawns, and the bishop will sacrifice itself if needed for the f pawn, and then these pawns A and B will decide. Yeah, amazing. Amazing.
Is this too far?
So like we said, we'll be here for a while.
Yes. King b5.
It's played, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he looks completely dejected. Dogmus plays f4.
He knows
that it's
lost.
that it's gone
Yeah.
horribly wrong. I think you can just go king a6. Because it looks a bit scary, this f pawn. But at the last moment, you can just stop it with bishop a6. And it will never ever queen. You can never count him out, Magnus.
But instead of f2, could I have played b5 to try to be tricky?
Instead of f2,
Yeah.
to play b5. Oh. Oh. I had this whole speech and then... yeah, that is true.
So maybe we should try to stop the pawn.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's very relevant, by the way. So then you have to go bishop b7 immediately, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
If knight c7, do we do?
Yeah, knight c7, king c6. And king e6? Or knight e6, or? Maybe bishop a6 and then get the king in. Oh, he played king a6. Okay, let's see. Maybe we missed something. So after f3, you can play bishop e7 now.
Yes.
That's the way. Yeah, yeah. f2, bishop g2, and now they will drop. And yeah, this g pawn is still alive. Yeah, this game is over. Magnus is gonna win this game.
That's it.
He's doing it again.
Knight f4, we can just show some moves.
Yeah, let's say knight f4, bishop f1.
We take on g6.
Take on g6, take on a7. b6 will drop. And then these pawns will... so let's say knight e5, king b6, knight g4, a5, knight e3, bishop e2, f1, bishop f1, knight f1, and then
a6.
Unstoppable. Yeah, we'll see bishop b7 now.
Yeah, because king takes a7.
Yeah, king a6, b5 is would be a very awkward awkward moment. I played g7.
In this position, you apparently can play g7.
Sorry, in this position, g7.
Take on a7.
Yeah.
Take on a7 first, maybe, and then b5. Or
that's also possible. Oh, okay. Okay. This still works apparently. Yeah, this apparently still so he's taken on a7. Yeah, he's super precise. Yeah, so b5, there's g7.
We have to take it.
And if knight g7, I guess ab, knight e6, b6, and then we again control things and promote. Yeah, b5 played. And he played g7. Yeah, knight takes g7. A takes b. Yeah, the people just decides.
Yeah, Edward Moose, his head has dropped a little, I think. Not so happy anymore.
Yeah, no, this is we see very emotional response at this point.
Yeah.
Understandable, of course.
Yes.
It was yeah, essentially
Patiently.
dead drawn.
Yeah, should be a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, he decided to force things, and that got him into some trouble, I think. Yeah, Magnus proving again that he's the end game maestro.
Yes. He only needs one chance.
And potentially the winner of the event, because he's gonna
play a tiebreak.
Yeah, unbelievable. I really didn't see it coming in. Yeah, f2 played. Bishop h3, blitzed out. Yeah, we may as well see a resignation here because the b pawn is just there are no tricks. It's over. Yeah, it's 96 played. Yeah, b7. He played with 2 seconds on the clock, but it doesn't really matter anymore at this point. b6 will come. Yeah, simply nothing to do against those b pawns. Yeah, very dramatic end to this game. Knight d4 played. I think just b7. b7 played. Yeah, there's nothing to... Of course, he will give a check on c6. He has made the check on c6. King b6 will come. King a8 also fine. He goes king a8. Yeah, and then with b4, b5 coming, the pawn is just, it's just queening. It's a good thing we didn't congratulate Arjun yet, because we were about to, I think.
Yeah.
Might still happen, of course, but everything in due time, I think. Yeah.
So do you rate the chances in playoffs between Arjun and Magnus?
Carlsen is always the favorite in all tournaments he's playing, I would say.
But I think especially in tiebreaks, I consider Magnussen a huge favorite.
Yeah.
Overwhelming favorite. But yeah, it's still quick time control. Still, he had a long game. Yeah, he has won the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does it again. Yeah.
And we were told it would be a tiebreak half an hour after the last.
Yeah, so we can expect because all the games have now finished. So we can expect the tiebreak to start in half an hour from now. We will be back. I think we'll take a short break now. And we'll be back, of course, with that tiebreak. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah.
So see you then.
So we are back for the tiebreak, and it has already begun.
It has already begun, and Arjun has repeated the variation he played earlier today against Andy. That was not much of a success, we
No.
can say, but I'm sure he
Can only go better this time.
Yeah, and he made some thoughts on it already. They deviated from that game. Given that this is a blitz game, I don't think we will try to analyze all that
No.
much. Mostly just look at the players, make some observations.
Yes. No variations.
How do you rate the chances between these two in this tiebreak?
I would say 80-20 Carlson.
Or yeah, I guess that's
He's
somewhere around where I would also yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
because I don't see Erwin. I don't see him as a blitz player really.
No, I think he's not so bad at all. I just
No,
think that
but-
Magnus is very good.
Yeah. And of course, I play 3 minutes blitz with 2 seconds.
Yeah, we
increment.
should maybe point that out. So they play 2 games.
Yes,
And if they end 1-1, then what happens?
they play sudden death games, but not Armageddon. They play a game until one player wins.
I see. Okay.
And
And
they
with a
play-
different time.
Yeah,
I
2.5
assume.
2.5 minutes for white, 3 minutes for black.
Okay. Okay. We see an exchange on d5. Yeah, so Magnus just won 3 classical games in a row.
Yeah,
Arjun had a tough game today. You think that plays a role, or you think they've just
maybe.
shaken that off and it's
Yeah. Because I'm both quite satisfied with the outcome of each game, I think. Because
yeah, I think
Arjun
Arjun
lost.
Yeah, Arjun's game it almost felt like a win. I think that
Yeah,
he managed
yeah.
to draw that game. Yeah, it's a fairly standard type of
Yeah.
position.
And you mentioned earlier that Carlson normally wins a sudden
Yeah,
the tiebreak.
I don't recall many tiebreaks. I think Dinglieren in St. Louis beat him once,
Yeah,
but I don't recall any other
no,
moments when that happened. It's just very rare.
yeah.
And he's in general, of course, been very dominant in rapid and blitz. Okay, having said that, of course, 2 blitz games, it's never, I mean, there is some randomness to two blitz games, of course. Yeah, I think it's a fairly comfortable position for black.
Half a minute's time advantage for Erik, I see.
That's pleasant, of course, for Arjun. Yeah, so he's deciding to attack e2. Do you go to c2? Yeah, he goes to c2. Rook c8.
So where do you want your queen as white?
Maybe to b2 or?
But then bishop f6 maybe?
Oh, that is a bit disturbing, yeah. Queen b2, bishop f6. He has gone to b2 though. So let's see, bishop f6. Because after e3, you have to at least pay attention to g5.
Yeah.
Bishop might almost be trapped. May also be completely fine, of course, but... Yeah, what Arjun is doing well, though, is he's keeping a lead on the clock.
Yes.
Knight f6. Did like your move bishop f6, but... Bishop h3.
Disturbing the rook.
And it goes to a8.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arjun putting some pressure here, right?
Yeah. Still half a minute ahead on.
Yeah, both clock, but also position is tense.
Yeah.
Bishop f8, so he allows d takes c5 and bishop takes c6 because probably at the end of the line there's an issue on e2.
So play rook c1 and knight e4.
Yes, so that's why he went bishop f8, so that there's no issue with c anymore. g7 is no longer hanging. 45 seconds versus 27.
It took.
Took on c5. How do you recapture? Pawn or bishop?
I say pawn.
Pawn.
Because it was played.
It was played. Yeah, I think Magnus has it under control.
But I can take on f6.
Yeah, but e2 will always be an issue, right? At the end. Oh, rook d5 is also there. Yeah. I think this shouldn't be bad at all for black.
No.
Though. Maybe bishop e4 or something like that. Oh, bishop e4 blunder something. Oh, it's a long, been a long day.
Yeah.
Okay, both very low on time now. 15 seconds each. Do you take on the 8, go knight c4, or is it a bit too thin? He did go bishop e4. So how was rook d8? Oh, knight e4. Oh,
Of course. Always.
sharp. Sharp.
Always.
Intending knight f6 check after rook takes d5. But yeah, I don't think the evaluation changed all that much. I think the bishops are very strong here. And that should compensate for the structure, for the pawn structure. Just 3 seconds for Arjun.
Yes, she was ahead on time and suddenly they are on the same.
Yeah, is black now slightly better? King coming into the center. King f7. Ooh, bishop d6. Ooh. Yeah, this looks over. This looks just completely over. Yeah. This knight on a6 is, yeah, reminds me of the knight on h1 that we saw earlier today. Yeah, it's finished. Wow, very sudden. It's again this endgames. Endgames. I mean, it didn't look like much was wrong at all with White's position, somewhere around these parts, but he makes it look very easy.
And you have 1/2 minute better, and suddenly you're.
Yes, he had half a minute. Looked like he had some pressure, and then somewhere around these parts, it just gets out of hand. And yeah, this was, of course, I mean, knight c7, knight a6 is extremely unfortunate because the knight never gets out.
No.
And g3 is now weak, and yeah, just completely lost. Completely lost. All right, game 2 is about to start.
Yeah.
Let's hope that we will be able to be there with our board as well. Yeah, we are there.
And Arjun needs to win with black.
Yeah, so Arjun, he chooses the Pirch, a fighting weapon. Magnus plays it in a very solid way, and e6 really, yeah. E6 played, yeah. That really shows that he just wants to play it as calm as as combative as possible. A4, A5 played, making it hard for black to do anything on the queen side. Yeah, it's fairly normal position, I would say. But the white's just very solid here. Very hard to do anything. Do you put the pawn on a6? I think under normal circumstances you would maybe think that that's a very interesting thing to do. Yeah, he does. He does. So he doesn't. I was thinking because he only needs a draw, he might actually just exchange on b6, but he does play a bit more principled.
Yeah.
Yeah, white is just much better, right? Just in very nice position.
But
I like the bishop on d3 lining up with the king on h7.
But with all the pieces on the board, of course.
Yes, it is a blitz game. All the pieces are on. So in that sense, Arjun has done a good job to keep as much play as possible. c6. 4 in a row.
And also again, he's ahead on time.
Yeah, he did that very well in the previous game, but then he didn't manage to keep that time advantage. And especially on seconds, Magnus was much stronger.
Yes.
Much stronger. E5 comes to mind. Rook e1 can also be played. Yeah, I played knight e2.
Knight e2.
Knight e2. It's always nice to be able to play c3 to cover the center. a7 is a bit of a weakness. I think he's going to try to pick it up on a6.
Yeah.
Very ambitious.
But it's needed, I think.
Can you play e5 with white here? Yes, Magnus, I can briefly show e5. If you take, then both the knight and the rook are hanging. If knight d5, then maybe you can take and go knight e4 and knight c5, something like this. He's taking a bit of time here, which is understandable because it's a bit of a critical moment. He plays b3. After 33 seconds, which of course in blitz terms, it's a huge amount of time. I guess he's saying that if you take the pawn on a6 and at the end of the line, I will go rook a1 and pick up the pawn on a7. So Arjun played queen c7, c4, take, take. It's the current position. So do you capture a6 now?
I guess you do. You have to try something.
He hasn't. He's played c5, I think. Yeah, he's played c5.
Okay. And this time, an even bigger time advantage. Almost a minute.
Almost, yeah, it's... Yeah, it's... I mean, I still think white is doing very well here. But, yeah, in blitz games, it's not such a bad scenario. Definitely Arjun is managing in mixing it up.
He's trying his best.
Yes. Tough choice now. Do you go d5? Yeah, he does go d5. Allows e5. He can also take on d5 and then try to get to a6. 34 seconds. It's a 1 minute advantage for Arjun. Yeah, so now it's a pawn sacrifice. He's going to give the pawn on a6. And it has been taken with the bishop. f4.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have ourselves a game.
Yeah. Would like to maneuver my knight to e5 if it's possible.
Yeah, knight e7.
Looks.
So how about knight g4 here? Is that the move? Just ignoring the rook on a1. Just go all in. Because I think if you move the rook and black gets a knight to e5, he does. He does go rook a2. I think black is now perhaps doing very well after knight e5. And he's played it. Is Arjun gonna do the
impossible.
And take this into a sudden death?
So now up he sacrificed, but it's made.
And knight g8 is, I think, very strong. Yeah, he's played it. Huge time advantage.
Carlson down to 10 seconds.
10 seconds just.
Against a minute.
Yeah, this has gone wrong.
Yeah.
This has gone wrong. e5, yeah, and he knows he has to mix it up, whatever it is. Knight e4. How is f5 here? Yeah, he plays it. I think it's just gonna.
Knight takes h.
So knight takes h6.
Knight
Yeah, we have no time to go into too great detail, but we see some response from the audience here. All the drama getting too much for some people here.
Yes.
But definitely Arjun is winning at this point.
Yeah.
It's blitz though. He is completely winning. Move like e4 comes to mind. Yeah, it's been played. Knight f7
Knight
maybe.
F7,
Kick the queen away. Yeah, queen g3, bishop e5. Goes bishop c8 first. Yeah, I think Arjun is gonna convert this. It's I'm pretty certain he will. The queen g3 I like a lot. Just bring the queen to g3, bishop to e5, and
start mating.
It's been resigned.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. It's a match. It's a match.
So now we play one more game.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive. I have the feeling somewhere around. I mean, it's a blitz game. We shouldn't overanalyze it. But somewhere around this part, it got out of hand, right?
Yeah.
Perhaps knight g4 just to give an exchange and then try to get something going against the king. But somewhere around these parts, it started to, because once Arjun got the knight to e5 here, yeah, extra pawn,
Yeah.
and nothing much. There's a lot of excitement here in the commentary room.
Yeah. That's good.
But are they now doing a toss for the color?
I think so. And white will play with 2.5 minutes.
Yes.
Black will play with 3 minutes.
Which is
2 seconds.
Which color do you think they want at this point? I think after this game, Arjun prefers to
play black.
To play with black.
Yeah. And I will play games until one player is a winner. So just one game at a time now.
Yeah. And Magnus sits behind the black pieces.
Yeah, I can see.
Let's see if I can bring the game up.
But there is a wrong, it's not the correct time.
Aha.
Because it's 2.5 minutes for white.
I don't have it yet, I think, here. Let's see if I can refresh my board. Yeah, I don't have it yet. It should show up. I will refresh the page.
No.
Yeah, it's there. It's there.
But with the
wrong clock is not yet correct. It shows 3 minutes each. So I think that should be changed.
Yeah.
But apart from that, we do have our board, so we will see moves. That's already a good start.
Yes. But I have a short break.
Looks like, they have a short break.
Because I am not at the board. So now with only one more game, maybe the advantage it's not so big as 80-20 because it's only one game.
No, we are already, those 80-20, we've thrown it out of the window already.
Yes.
I mean, this is now anyone's match. I mean, sudden death. I I mean, of course, you still take Carlsen,
Yeah.
but yeah, after the game we just saw,
Mm.
you can no longer speak of 80-20.
No.
That is clear. Also, sudden death in itself makes it already more close in nature. They're about to start.
And we have the correct
And we have the
clock.
And the
also.
clock is also correct.
Yeah.
So it's all good. We have another. We don't have another Nimzo.
No.
We
Queen's
have a
Gambit.
classical Queen's Gambit. A Carlsbad structure. Yeah, very topical these days, the Carlsbad structure. And Arjun puts the knight on e2. It's also been gone to f3 very often, but e2 is the more ambitious one, I believe. Magnus has often played knight e8 in this type of positions. We might still see that later on. It's a more classical approach. I think knight e4 is the move now.
But this 30 seconds time advantage is now gone.
The 30 seconds, yeah, that is true.
So every guy already has better time actually.
Slightly ahead on the clock. Yeah, I don't think the 30 seconds is such a giant advantage. And back in the day, just very briefly, this move a4 would have been frowned upon a little bit, but these days it's fairly became very standard, and just pointed out constantly because c5 has now become less attractive because of the weakness of the b5 square. So it's not as clear cut. So with his last move, rook a e1, Arjun is clearly hinting at something happening in the center with f3 and e4. He's played knight to c1, and I guess he wants to play f3. The knight can go to d3, can go to b3. Yeah, these positions are very rich. But Carlsen does spend some time in the opening. Arjun just 9 seconds down from what he started with. Of course, he had some increment, but still. Speed is a good thing to have in these kind of games. And he's really burning a lot of time. It's a minute down on the clock now. If you imagine, he started with half a minute extra. And goes knight e4.
You kick it away, and now you have to take it back.
It feels to me like Arjun just made a decision to just play fast this match. f3 also came instantly, and I think this is his first real thing in the game so far. I think position-wise, it's quite fine for black. It's just, of course, time could be a factor. And he's pushed e4.
Usually took on d4.
Yeah, Magnus is speeding up a little bit now.
Yeah. Because he has to.
He's taken on d5. Interesting. That was his plan.
So now you can take on e1 if you want.
Yeah, but I think in such middle game positions, the queen is just much stronger than the two rooks. So he goes to d8. Now you could consider c4.
Yeah.
And then try to win the d4 pawn. That's the most ambitious way to do it, I guess. You can also take on e8, some options, of course, but he's taken on d4. Yeah, why not? just taken it. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about this, but knight f4 now, or just knight f6, solid. Yeah, I like what Magnus has done over the last few moves. And also, time-wise, he's been speeding up. Yeah, he's going to put the knight on the stick.
Yeah.
Beautiful square for the knight. Yeah, I think Magnus has this under control. Bishop e8, maybe. He would want to make,
Threatening
naughty move.
e4.
Now bishop e8, yeah, sorry. Queen h4, just teasing a little bit there. He would like to make something of his queenside pawns in the long run. He has a little majority there. I definitely think he grabbed the initiative now, at least in blitz terms. I don't know if it's in objective terms as well, but... And as Arjun, I would try to remove the knight with knight c4, if possible. Or he tries it with queen b6.
Yeah. Should you play queen d8?
Yeah, I guess bishop a4 is not working because of rook a1, perhaps? It's not clear if you... Because d4 is always... He has taken, yeah, he's taken. I think it's possible, yeah. After rook a1, you can just move the bishop, right? Because if the queen takes on d6, there's always queen d4. So perhaps just back to e8?
Queen f4.
I played queen f4. Wow. Because the bishop is also not hanging because of check and rook c1. Amazing. Okay, let's see the game. Yeah, because now they're really getting down on time. And Arjun just has 5 seconds, by the way. I think this is going very much Magnus's way.
But he is also very low on time, of course. So
yes, but knight takes f3. Knight takes f3.
Queen is gone.
Game over. We have a winner.
As expected.
Amazing. We have a winner.
Yeah. So Magnus Carlsen finally.
Yeah, of course.
Won the tournament.
He was the favorite from day one.
Yeah.
But he had to win 3 classical games in a row and a tiebreak in order to finally secure a victory. But he has done it again.
Yeah.
It's you can only admire his strength. This is amazing performance. And also playing this blitz game after the previous one is really really huge.
Yeah. So nothing more to say. We have a winner.
We have ourselves a winner.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get some food. We're going to have the closing ceremony. We're going to
enjoy ourselves. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much for this year.
Thank you.
We will be.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks.
And thanks all for watching. It was a really great tournament. What a day we had. The final days.
Yeah.
Crazy.